Correct. Anonymous says, recently, I've been eavesdropping on a network of leftist Telegram channels, totaling several thousand members. Here are my key takeaways. 1. Videos of protesters getting humiliated are huge demoralizers to the point where they don't even want people posting them in their own private groups. They know that such videos are effective to normie audiences. For example, regarding the Legs on Fire guy. Quote, it's not their headline that matters, it's the humiliating videos. And there were many memes made of this video, and it was absolutely hilarious. They go on to say, quote, out of respect for the injured protector, please don't post any links to these weaponized and humiliating videos. So we know that the left can't meme. And one of the best ways to fight the left and fight these far leftists is simply to post memes humiliating them. Every time you see a weak Antifa soy boy cuck getting wrecked, getting owned, or simply hilariously making big mistakes, you post those memes everywhere. Because apparently it's very, very demoralizing. 4chan is giving us the ammunition to win the meme wars of 2020. Number 2. Too many chefs in the kitchen, and the rejection of hierarchy means that they are disorganized and can't reach a consensus. Outside of Portland, they struggle to get things off the ground. There is an obvious confusion and conflicting information, and people often ask if anything concrete is being planned, and are met with shrugged shoulders to the effect of, I heard something is going on, or organize it yourself. They have no capacity to enact a long-term strategy. Fears of coronavirus also hamper efforts, or maybe it's performative, and a way to excuse themselves for their inability to do anything. I'm not sure. So we've already had these few pointers here, and they point out the leftist mindset. Because a lot of these people are anarchists, ironically, they're having a lot of trouble organizing. It's almost as if hierarchy is a natural occurrence in nature, and you need hierarchy in order to plan, protest, and organize in any sort of fashion. In short, they're a mess.
And how does that inform your approach to immigration reform?
Great question.
Antifa
is a mess.
Now we're gonna look here because we have some super secret screenshots taken from these secret Telegram groups. And I'm sure they also have Discord servers, and they're on Twitter and on Reddit, organizing and plotting to burn down buildings and attack people and destroy the system and bash capitalism. But before we do, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and hit the bell button for notifications for more content. And if you like this video, please consider giving it a share. And now, because I'm a capitalist unlike these commies, a quick word from our sponsor. Introducing Virtue Signal, the card game. Virtue Signal is a parody of social justice activism. Play as one of 12 different social justice warriors. The object of the game is simple: amass an army of NPC followers. Virtue Signal simulates the inner power struggles and backstabbing that goes on between activist groups. And what could be more relevant to the infighting in these leftist Telegram channels? There's also the Virtue Signal expansion pack, featuring cards such as Wax My Balls, Bigot, but you can get it all for only $34.98. Get yours today. Click the link down below in the description. So we're back here on 4chan, and we're gonna look through this because Annan found a lot in his investigations. Detective Anonymous is on the case. Now let's continue the other findings made by this Annan here, by this detective, this hacker. 3. They have no plan, referring to Antifa, leftist activists, BLM, etc. They have no plan for November in the event of a Trump win. They're very concerned about it, but they can't agree on what to do about it. They'll probably just do violence. 4. Despite their public posturing, they're scared shitless of Trump supporters. You hear that, folks? They're terrified of you. How hard would it be to engage in mental meme warfare, scaring the bejesus out of these left-wingers, maybe even encouraging them to stay home, maybe even encouraging them to not do violence? I'm sure that certain groups could use that to their advantage, but what do I know? I'm just a guy with a microphone on the internet making videos. So it continues. They genuinely believe we're only a few weeks away from Trump unleashing state-sanctioned right-wing death squads, which is obviously delusional. Unfortunately, they do have the clarity of mind know that they are hopelessly outgunned and soft. So this must be a pretty terrifying delusion. So number 5 says, there's a large paranoia overhead. They correctly believe that cops and fascists are watching them. Everyone is reminded to avoid using their real name, to ask for permission in public before DMing people, and to report receiving unsolicited DMs, etc. Now apparently they kind of failed at number 5 because Detective Annan from the 4chan Bureau of Investigation was able to collect a lot of names and a lot of screenshots of illegal statements. Make no mistake, leftist and SJWs. Oh boy, the hacker known as 4chan is coming for you. And guess what? He's gonna report you to the feds. You know how the feds are dragging people in their cars off the street and arresting them and charging them with felony crimes? Well, you could be next. You will be next. They're coming for you. So number 6 says, they're pathologically over-socialized. The meme about leftist memes being walls of text is true. These Telegram channels are subdivided into 50 billion specific subchannels with long introductory posts and bots that vomit walls of text everywhere. Now I'm sure you've all seen those memes, comparing right-wing memes to left-wing memes. We all know that the left can't meme, and so often, like, these lefty memes are really just a big, long wall of text, full of their insane mental gymnastics and ranting. So Annan goes on to say, 20-paragraph blog post explaining why 3 Arrows logo actually isn't anti-communist, or linked to, etc. They have intricate 80-item sticker packs full of art specific to recent protests. These are bored college students and pseudo-intellectuals with delusions of grandeur who are largely living in a fantasy world. So as you can see from this profile, these Antifa members and these left-wing activists, they're not mature, rational individuals. They lived in this paranoid delusion that they're living under fascism and that they have to throw a revolution to save America, but really, they're kind of the villains of this story. After all, isn't it the villains that burn down people's businesses? Isn't it the villains that riot in the streets? Isn't it the villains that attack and hunt down Trump supporters, severely injuring and killing them in other cases? No, yeah, those are the bad guys. I think anyone would say that. Now, Annan has this hilarious comment. Annan says, everyone is reminded to avoid using the real name. Yet, they still do. I have a few hundred saved, along with screenshots of their illegal plans and admissions. I've been doing basically the same thing. I'd post my findings, but I've been forwarding it to the feds as well, so since they're active cases, the guys I've been talking to says to hold off until arrests are made. So make no mistake. So like I said, Antifa is being hunted down and exposed, and they deserve it. They're violent individuals, they're dangerous individuals, and they're engaging in violent riots. They need to be reported, they need to be found, especially when they're admitting that they want to go out and rain terror. So here Annan has some thoughts. I think Kyle Rittenhouse really scared the crap out of them. A 17-year-old babyface kid who took out 3 of their revolutionaries essentially by accident. He was attacked by these 3 people. All of them were convicted felons, and one was even a convicted child 5 boys. Imagine what someone with more training, resolve, and OPSEC could do to them. Them claiming that Kyle traveled to the protest with a rifle from out of state with intent to murder people is a huge cope for them. Yeah, we know by now that Kyle Rittenhouse was definitely a case of self-defense, and he was attacked by 3 violent felons who tried to end his life. He did what he had to do and defended himself. Now that's very different from the recent Antifa attacks on Trump supporters. We had one Trump supporter who was murdered in Portland, executed by an insane man who even opened fire on police and was later killed. And then recently, after the memorial for that same murdered Trump supporter, an Antifa member found a group of Proud Boys, harassed them, and then ran one of them over. The victim of which ended up in critical condition with brain bleeds, temporal lobe damage, and he may not make it. I don't know if he's in recovery, but that was attempted murder. Now I want to take a look at a few of the screenshots that our detective 4chan discovered. Now one really interesting thing that I see here is Antifa discussing the election. So even Antifa thinks that Trump will win. Here a user named, I don't know, Andrew says, "It's so tough to know what the correct move is. I believe with certainty that the president will claim victory on election night. Is the correct response to pressure states by occupying capitals or pressure Congress by occupying DC? So they're talking about stopping the rightful election of President Trump. Shut It Down says, I think we'll probably see both. And it's about going where we can be most effective. And it goes on to say, their main welcome channel that primarily serves as a springboard into regional channels, as well as more specific cities. It appears to be one or two groups that are just trying to organize as many people as possible, under the goal of, quote, defeating fascism. I haven't seen anything along the lines of, he named some acronyms, I'm not sure what they mean. And then, he says they're gearing up towards organized protests and tactics for street action. So, yeah. Now, just to show you how much Antifa lacks self-awareness, we have the following post. Duggan Ashley says, in the left-right cast of the present tension in Virginia and the world, which group has war veterans? Military, police, laborers, farmers? Now, it's funny because these people do not understand that even though they're claiming to be socialists, and even though they're claiming to fight for the worker, workers don't like them. And in replies, that picture, implying, we, the left, fight for the workers, implying, however, all workers, all actual workers, are against us. Yeah, it's a bit of a paradox, isn't it? When your average everyday worker does not want socialism and votes conservative. Really makes you wonder. Now, I want to show you that the left can't meme. Look at this screenshot from their channel. These are their so-called memes, stickers. And I've got to be honest, they suck. They make no sense. Literally. For example, they post a picture of cops, apparently, and then they Photoshop some like cop outfits on pigs. And it's like, this is not a meme. You do know that, right? Look at the stormtrooper. He's got like a cop patch, and then there's an oink symbol. So what is this supposed to mean? Are you comparing the police to the stormtroopers as if there's some sort of fascist out there to kill everybody? Is that what this is? Because these memes don't make any sense. I mean, look at them. Don't Ted on me. Tear gas Teddy. Chokehold Chuck. Chud Mole. What does this even mean? You see a bunch of leftists with umbrellas. And then here you see a picture of a police officer having a frozen water bottle thrown at him. Keep in mind that is a felony. If you freeze water and you throw it at somebody, that is considered assault with a deadly weapon. You can kill someone with a hit to the head with pure ice. Yes, I've seen it done. And then you could just see that their memes, like, there's no coherence here. None of this actually makes much sense. Now, I will give them this. Spicy wind, referring to like pepper spray gas or whatever. Tear gas. This is a meme. This is an absurdist Zoomer level meme. And yeah, out of all the things they posted, this is about the only thing that I would call a meme, even if it is a low grade meme. So all in all, I rate their memes 1 out of 10. So here Anonymous says, I've noticed that some of them genuinely think that Trump is moments away from unleashing fascist death squads, and then he'll rise up like the next bad man from World War II. They genuinely live in a fantasy book world where they are the good guys, fighting an evil enemy, when in reality, they are overdramatic, spoiled rich kids, and even normies see it. Also, that Kyle kid scared the F out of them. They saw what some chubby 17-year-old did to them, and they're absolutely terrified of some more trained copycat going full Batman vigilante on them. They are extremely insecure about their ability to meme and reach normies like the right does. They blame this on the right being good at propaganda. This claim is so hilarious because everyone who can meme knows that the foundation of all memes are truth. A meme cannot be funny unless you're willing to admit what is true. That is why so many memes are often offensive or not politically correct. And this is why the left can't meme. Not only do they lack the ability to think from a different perspective, they also lack the ability to tell the truth. That is why the left can't meme, and the right's memes are dank. I'll take the right's dank memes any day. Annan goes on to say, they blame this on the right being good at propaganda, and they think they can force people to accept them, and are genuinely surprised when it doesn't work. Most of them complain about how they can not go out and fight, because they have social anxiety or other issues. It's truly comical to monitor them. Now, it sounds hilarious. I personally tried to infiltrate these Telegram channels, but by the time I got the invite link, they were closed, sadly. Or at least the link expired. Now here's another screenshot, and you can see Antifa discussing making propaganda. Not a lot of footage of peaceful protests. We should just make our own propaganda, then edit together a vid showing the reality. If you have to make propaganda, it's not reality, buddy. Yeah, I'm just... Should I just ignore the blatant hypocrisy and irony of that statement? Like, if the truth was on your side, then all you would have to do is show raw footage, but you don't want to. You want to edit that footage because you know that these leftist activists like Antifa are violent, despicable groups. Hell's Barkeep says, getting that footage to go mainstream, to press, is vital. I know Portland cops have tried to ban journalists. They're definitely afraid of losing the narrative. What narrative? That the protests are mostly peaceful? Yeah, I think we can all agree that's fake news. And what is actually not a bad idea? Cassie says, what about creating some kind of site, showcasing the reality of what's going on? Not just in Portland, but lots of cities, and making a QR code and sticking it on posters all over the country. That's actually not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. I mean, I don't want to help Antifa. Personally, I think that people are wising up, and they're seeing you destroy their city, so they're not going to side with you even if you make your stupid website. Now, while a lot of these people are LARPing, not everyone is. For example, you can see these memes, and basically it describes the protesters making the claim that they just want to bring safety gear so that they can help put out the fires. We invite Portland Fire and Rescue to march with us to ensure for the safety of activists, as well as the surrounding residents. First name, Mick, last name says, remember the difference between external and internal messaging too. Stuff that's motivational to radicals may be alienating to liberals. Stuff designed to placate nervous politicians may be underwhelming for activists. Now the thing that gets me about this meme is that they claim that they're going out with gear in order to stop fires. But who started the fires in the first place? Antifa. Anonymous replies, implying, we are here to stop the fires, implying, oh, you're wondering why I'm carrying a Molotov cocktail? Implying, don't worry about that. The police are causing the fires. This is the inside of the mind of a deluded leftist. And they posted more stickers here. As you can see, they're pretty much not memes. Like, the left really cannot meme. They do not understand how memes work. I mean, look at these. Cop looting, concrete policy with some bricks, pigs, sidewalk police. Like, they're literally celebrating and advocating for violence. Riot ribs. These are not memes, folks. These are just graphics. They unironically post Sonic saying, there's only one blue life that matters. You gotta be kidding me. Now, Antifa is working really hard to hide its real identity. However, not everyone follows these rules. Here you can see, guidelines. Treat this as a public space, where anything you could say be monitored at any time.
I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching.
So they're going to say, 1. Treat this as a public space. 2. Don't use your real name as your display name or username. Don't use real photos of yourself as your profile photo. I disagree. I think all of these leftist activists and SJWs should use their real names and photos. After all, why don't you stand by what you say? Be a real man, unless you're a coward and a loser and a hippie weakling soy boy cuck. 3. In Telegram's privacy settings, set your phone number last seen and forwarding or visibility to no one. 4. Don't share information that could be used to identify you. Don't post photos of yourself at protests or engaged in illegal activity. Now I want you to read that and kind of think about it very carefully. They're not saying don't do illegal activity. They're saying don't get caught committing illegal acts. Oh man. So these are groups, these are left-wing activist groups online, organized, well, chaotic, but organizing, telling each other, look, we're going to go out and commit crimes. This is incriminating and it should be sent to the authorities. I really believe so. That is the good, right thing to do. They go on to say, don't talk about actions you've committed or plan to commit if there could be any legal consequences to doing so. To put it in a nutshell, there are going to be right-wing agitators and federal agents in these chats who will try to entrap you into making illegal statements that will be used to nail you and other people in the chat room. I say that sounds paranoid, but we're living in a fascist regime now. What we're living in is an idiocracy, with morons like you out there terrorizing the world. You're not helping anybody. You're just tearing the system down. It is so much easier to tear things down than to build things up. Why don't you get a real job? Now you have here, for example, the BLM Revolution of 2020, forwarded from Strikeforce hashtag BLM. And you can see this little infographic, and it describes different, oh, actually, this might be good to cover. Different species of Antifa. I might make a video like that, purely as a comedy, but we'll just skim through this. You can see Shield Soldier, the frontline who use shields, waterboards, weapons, the so-called peaceful protester, basically the cameramen, the frontliners, people who use umbrellas to guard against projectiles and cameras, fire mage, the people who said fire, aka commit felony arson.
Following our interview, Carlos walked up to these Rockville police officers. Just look at their faces, absolutely stunned to hear a man claim to be an arsonist.
Then you get, like, this is very nefarious, folks. They make it sound all cutesy-tootsy, but what they're really talking about is terrorism. For example, what about the light mage? They think this is some sort of video game or fantasy game. They've been playing too many MMOs. Light mage. Protesters who use pointers to obstruct surveillance cameras, drones, and police visors. Oh, you mean like the people who shot those powerful lasers in cops' eyes and has blinded people permanently? Fire squads, people who put out fires, medics, barricades, designers, the people who make the memes, and I use that term very loosely, propaganda basically, online comms. That would be their Telegram channels and Discord servers and whatnot. And then they can say, share the word, spread this around. For being anarchists, these people sure do like their hierarchy. But you know what, my friends, that's pretty much the story. I think it goes without saying that these people are highly dangerous individuals, and they will stop at nothing to destroy our society. Hacker 4chan exposes them all. You're all gonna get reported, and you're gonna go to jail. But that's merely the obvious. Well, that's all for now, folks. Let me know what you think about this video by posting down below in the comment section. As always, if you want to support the channel, you can do so by joining me on Patreon or Subscribestar. If you want to donate, there's Donorbox and Crypto. Links and addresses are down below. And why not visit my merch store? There might be something you like. I currently have the Deus Volt design. You can also visit my sponsors, Virtue Signal, the card game parody of social justice, or Double Tap Audio. Premium quality headphones designed to be virtually indestructible. And of course, the easiest way and the simplest way you can help the channel is simply to share the video. These days, getting views is all about word of mouth. So if you think I'm doing a good job here exposing those Antifa thugs and leftist activists, please share the video. Anyhow, thanks for watching. This has been Mr. Obvious, and I'll see you all next time. Have a good one.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. Massive wildfires, unprecedented in their scope, continue to sweep across huge portions of the West tonight. In Oregon, 500,000 residents have been forced to evacuate their homes. That's one of every 10 people in the entire state. Dozens are dead, including small children. But the fires still are not close to contained. Watch this report from Fox's Jeff Paul.
Months of tinder dry conditions added to days of high winds and hot temperatures, creating a perfect firestorm across the West. California is one of the hardest hit, with a record-breaking 3 million acres burned and nearly 4,000 homes and buildings lost so far. A 12-year-old boy and his grandmother are among the latest deaths. The flames are spreading so fast, it really doesn't give people much time to get out. The fire's also taking a toll in Washington state, where more than 100 homes are gone, and a 1-year-old boy died as his family tried to flee the flames. And in Oregon, more than 35 fires are burning, with at least 5 small towns destroyed. Resources across the West are stretched thin.
It is awful, and it continues as we speak right now. Walls of flame consuming everything in their path. Homes, thousands and thousands, untold numbers of animals, and of course, as we said, human beings too. It is tragedy on a massive scale. When something this terrible happens, decent people pause They put their own interests aside for a moment. They consider how they can help. We've seen that kind of selflessness before in this country. This is, remember, the anniversary of 9/11. But there are others for whom altruism is an unknown concept. Self-interest is all they know. These people do not pause. They never do. They relentlessly press forward for any advantage under any circumstances. They see human suffering as a means to increase their personal power. These are the people who turn funerals into political rallies and feel no shame for doing it. As Americans burned to death, people like this swung into action immediately. They went on television with a partisan talking point. Climate change, they said, caused these fires. They didn't explain how exactly that happened. How did climate change do that? They didn't tell us, but they just kept saying it. In the hands of Democratic politicians, climate change is like systemic racism in the sky. You can't see it, but rest assured it's everywhere, and it's deadly. And like systemic racism, it is your fault. The American middle class did it. They caused climate change. They ate too many hamburgers. They drove too many SUVs. They had too many children. A lot of them wear T-shirts to work and didn't finish college, and that causes climate change too. And worst of all, some of them may vote for Donald Trump in November. And if there's anything that absolutely, definitively causes climate change, and literally over 100% of scientists agree with this established fact, it is voting for Donald Trump. You might as well start a tire fire in your yard. Joe Biden has checked the science, and he agrees with this. Yesterday, the people on Biden's staff who understand the internet tweeted out an image of the wildfires along with this message, quote, "Climate change is already here, and we're witnessing its devastating effects every single day. We have to get President Trump out of the White House," end quote. So once again, by voting for Donald Trump, you are causing climate change, which causes devastating fires. You, by your vote, have made hundreds of thousands of Oregonians homeless tonight. You've murdered people. Joe Biden's closest friend in the world, a prominent kite surfer on Martha's Vineyard called Barack Obama, echoed that message with his trademark restraint. Obama declared that your life depends on voting for Joe Biden. Well, hold on a minute, you might ask. Doesn't this very same Barack Obama own a $12 million spread right on the ocean in Massachusetts? At a time when sea levels are rising so fast we're about to see killer whales in the Rockies. Well, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like Barack Obama could be very concerned about climate change. And by the way, didn't Obama go to law school? When did he become a scientist? Those seem like reasonable questions. On the other hand, lawyers pretending to be scientists are now everywhere in the Democratic Party. Here, for example, is the governor of Washington State, Jay Inslee. Inslee's a proud graduate of Willamette University Law School. He's explaining that he's already figured out the cause of the fires. Watch.
And these are conditions that are exacerbated by the changing climate that we are suffering. And I do not believe that we should surrender these subdivisions or these houses to climate change exacerbated fires. We should fight the cause of these fires.
So I mismanaged my state, now it's on fire, you're required to give me more power. Right, you see how that works. But as a factual matter, this is a crock. There is not a single scientist on Earth who knows whether or by how much these fires may have been, quote, exacerbated by warmer temperatures caused by climate change. All we have is conjecture from a handful of scientists and many politicians, none of whom has reached a definitive conclusion. Daniel Swain, for example, he's a climate scientist at UCLA, conceded recently that it's, quote, hard to determine whether climate change played a role in sparking the fires. Okay. That's what science is. It's gradual, it's incremental, often it's tentative. We don't say things we don't know for certain. It's the opposite of politics. They have nothing in common. Meanwhile, back in the material world, investigators have determined that the massive El Dorado fire in California, which has torched nearly 14,000 acres, was caused by people setting off some kind of fireworks. And then on Wednesday, police announced that a criminal investigation is underway into the massive Alameda fire in Ashland, Oregon, the southern part of the state. The sheriff there said it's too early to say what caused the fire, but he did say human remains were found at the suspected origin of it. So nothing is being ruled out tonight, including arson. As always with these things, the more you know, the more facts, the more details you know, the more complicated it becomes. So serious people, and there are still some, are just beginning to gather evidence to figure out how this started and thinking through how to prevent it going forward. But at the same time, unfortunately, our media are giving voice to deeply unserious people, partisan people, and they're on television, drowning out nuance. Don't worry about the facts, they say, just trust us. The sky is orange over San Francisco because households making 40 grand a year made the mistake of voting Republican. Therefore, you must give us total control of the nation's economy. The Green New Deal, it's mandatory now. Watch amateur arson detective Nancy Pelosi explain.
Mother Earth is angry. She's telling us, whether she's telling us with hurricanes on the Gulf Coast, or fires in the West, whatever it is, that the climate crisis is real and has an impact.
Mother Nature is angry? Please. When was the last time Nancy Pelosi went outside? Could she identify a single tree? No one asked her, of course. All we know is what she said. Climate change caused this. Of course it did. Because no matter what the natural disaster is, hurricanes, tornadoes, acne, whatever, climate change did it. In other words, you did it. And to repent for doing it, you need to give us full control of your life. Now keep in mind, the person telling you this, Nancy Pelosi, owns at least 2 Sub-Zero freezers. She showed them to us on television. Each one costs $10,000. They use a lot of energy. And like Barack Obama, like Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi constantly flies around the country privately between her multi-million-dollar estates. So if she cared about climate change, of course, she wouldn't be doing that. She doesn't, and neither do her supporters. Otherwise, they'd be massed outside of her estates in anger. They wouldn't be trying to destroy the hair salon that exposed her hypocrisy. But it's not about science. It's certainly not about the earth. Again, these are people who don't go outside, who know nothing about nature. It's about blaming and ritually humiliating the American middle class for daring to elect someone they don't like. Joe Biden knows that the Pennsylvanians who'd be financially ruined by the fracking ban he supports are the same Pennsylvanians who flipped Pennsylvania red in 2016 for the first time in a generation. Think they're holding a grudge? You bet they are. One of the reasons Joe Biden doesn't go outside, because his handlers won't allow him, is because when he does, he has a tendency to show pure, undisguised contempt for the middle class he supposedly cares so deeply about. In 2019, you'll remember, he openly mocked coal miners. He suggested they just get programming jobs once they're all fired. Watch.
I come from a family where, in an area where it's coal mining in Scranton. Anybody could go down 300 to 3,000 feet in the mine, sure and hell can learn how to program as well.
Learn to code! Hilarious. Joe Biden should learn to code. Keep us posted on how that goes. But there isn't time for that. The world is ending. There's no time to pause and savor the deep layers of hypocrisy here. Stop. We're too busy. We're measuring our lives in minutes now. Last summer, Sandy Cortez did the math on all of this. She's good at math. And she calculated we only have 12 years left to live.
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. Like, this is the war. This is our World War II.
Man, that sounds bad. And we're sorry to wreck your night on a Friday. But actually, it's worse than that. Much worse than that. Consider this. Just 4 months after she gave us that warning, Sandy Cortez tweeted that we only have 10 years to cut carbon emissions in half. So think about that. We lost 2 years in just 4 months. At that rate, we could literally all be dead unless Joe Biden wins in November, which is, of course, what they're saying underneath it all. On Tuesday, California Governor Gavin Newsom pretty much said it out loud. Newsom has abandoned science completely. He did it long ago. Science is too stringent for Gavin Newsom, too Western, too patriarchal. Newsom is now a man of faith. He's decided that climate change caused all of this, and that's final. He's not listening to any other arguments. Watch.
I have no patience, and I say this lovingly, not as an ideologue, but as someone who prides himself on being open to argument, interested in evidence, but I quite literally have no patience for climate change deniers. It simply follows completely inconsistent, that point of view, with the reality on the ground.
I'm not an ideologue, but anyone who disagrees with me must be ignored and eliminated. I don't want to hear any countervailing facts or evidence, none. But I'm not an ideologue. So people like Gavin Newsom has announced they don't want to listen to climate change deniers, which raises the central question, what is a climate change denier? Well, a climate change denier is anyone who thinks a ruling class has done a very poor job running their states, running their country, protecting the people they were hired to protect and watch over. So are we climate change deniers if we point out that the state of California has failed to implement meaningful deforestation measures that might have dramatically slowed the spread of these wildfires? Does that make us deniers? Because in 2018, a state oversight agency in California found that years of poor or non-existent forest management policies in the Sierra Nevada forests had contributed to the fires. One of the few Republicans who still holds elected office in that state, State Assemblyman Heath Flora, last year called on using the state's $22 billion budget surplus, probably the last one in its history, to implement vegetation management, because fires don't obviously spread as well if they're not connected by huge forests which function as kindling. All of that is obvious, which means you can't say it out loud. The natural world, facts, nature itself is anathema to ideologues like this. The same people telling you they're protecting nature hate nature, everything about nature. Presumably, you're also a climate change denier if you point out that 6 of the Oregon National Guard's wildfire fighting helicopters aren't in Oregon anymore. Where are they, you might wonder? They're in Afghanistan. So instead of dropping water to suppress the blazes, the Chinook helicopters are busy supplying a war effort that's been going on for nearly 20 years for no reason. So how'd that happen? And what's the effect of it? Those might be good questions to ask of, I don't know, Gavin Newsom, Jay Inslee, governor of Oregon. Does anyone even care? And the answer, of course, is no. Nobody cares about the details at all. They don't care about the lives of the people they govern. They don't care about facts. They don't care about science. It was just last week that the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, admitted on the record that LA has become completely third world, which it has, unfortunately. Of course, Garcetti didn't blame himself for the degradation of one of the great American cities that he runs. No, he blamed you. You did it. Quote, "It's almost 3 p.m., Garcetti tweeted. Time to turn off major appliances. Set the thermostat to 78 degrees or use a fan instead. Turn off excess lights and unplug any appliances you're not using. We need every Californian to help conserve energy. Please do your part." Oh, you got to wonder if you were able to go to Garcetti's house, which you're not. Can't get past the bodyguards you pay for. But if you were, is he following these recommendations? No. But it's not about him. It's about the people he's supposed to be helping, the ones he's now blaming. He wants them to suffer to fix a problem that he and his fellow Democrats in California created. Even now, as residents are facing sweeping power outages in addition to the wildfires. In the meantime, Gavin Newsom has vowed that 50% of the energy in California, 50% of their grid, will be based on, quote, renewable sources within a decade. That means sources like wind and solar power. The truth is, you can't dial up wind or solar in moments of extreme demand. Moments like right now, during the heat wave sweeping California. Newsom was asked last month whether he would consider revising his stance, given that the blackouts have left millions of Californians without power and presumably killed people, because that's what happens when you don't have electricity. And Newsom responded this way, quote, "We are going to radically change the way we produce and consume energy." In other words, no, we're not changing. In other words, the blackouts will continue until morale improves.
So thank you, Pennsylvania, very much. I'm thrilled to be in Latrobe, the home of the late, great, my friend, Arnold Palmer. What a great guy he was. What a great guy. Thank you very much. 61 days from now, we're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. Joe Biden wants to surrender your jobs to China, you know that. His son walked out with a lot of money for doing nothing, right? He wants to surrender your nation to the radical left-wing mob. He's trying to change now. You know, he's saying that's not working because we're going up and he's dropping like a rock in water. And before the China virus, this election was over. Now I had to go back to work, and we've done a great job on it. We don't get the credit. We don't get the credit. We made a lot of governors look very good. But I will keep you jobs in America, and I'll bring rioters, looters, violent extremists, anarchists. We will bring them to justice. That's what we're doing right now. We have over 400 right now under arrest. These are bad people. Over the last 3.5 years, we've secured America's borders, fixed our broken trade deals, rebuilt the United States military, obliterated the ISIS caliphate 100%, secured American energy independence, and built the single greatest economy in the history of the world. And now we're going to do it again. Have to do it again. Got to do it again. And it's happening. You see what's happening. Job numbers, retail sale numbers are all at records. It's happening. It's happening very fast. It's actually happening in a super V, not a V. It's a super V. And you'll see that, and big numbers are coming out and have come out. And just watch your set. Or watch your newspaper, read your newspaper. You're seeing numbers that, Congressman, we haven't seen those numbers ever before, actually. We've never seen them. And by the way, we have record stock markets. We have record everything. You're going to have an incredible economic year next year. Your stocks are going up. Your 401ks are through the roof. Had a little pause today. People wanted to take some profits, and probably somebody said something stupid along the way. But the stock market's at record levels. Think of it. In the hopefully rounding the turn on the pandemic, we're rounding that turn. And vaccines are coming along great. You know that the job that they've done, the doctors, everybody else, we're years ahead of schedule. Anybody else as president, you wouldn't be talking about vaccines for 2 or 3 years from now, I'll tell you right now. That I can tell you. Biden will never be able to protect your jobs or your family. He is a puppet of the socialists, Marxists, and the cop-hating extremists, and they are cop-hating. And we love our law enforcement. We love our law enforcement. And by the way, we have, I don't know if you saw this, if there's any way of you seeing it, we have thousands of people behind this hangar. Thousands, and we're trying to get them in. And I'd love to get them in. I mean, it's an airport, let them go to the runways, okay? Let them in. We have, I mean, literally there, we landed. I actually thought that was the crowd. You know, we're doing the hangar thing now because the arenas can't do it because of the pandemic for a little while. But in certain ways, I like this better. I don't have to travel. I get off the plane, I make a speech, I get the hell out of here, right? Now these are great. You remember the last days before the campaign? I'd do a lot of them a day. Get off that plane. It was a little different plane. It was black and white instead of the blue and white. But we had some time, and that was an important day, and that was an important year, 2016. But I will tell you, the election that we have coming up is the single most important election in the history of this country. And we had a level of enthusiasm. I mean, even look today, with all going on, look at the kind of crowds we have. And but we had record enthusiasm in 2016. By the way, was that the greatest evening ever? November. And now it's going to be November 3rd. And we'll keep it going, and we'll get it all like a tree. You move that tree, it takes a little while to plant, your tax cuts. They're going to raise your taxes. They're going to take away your guns. It's really, if you look. And you know, they'll criticize me for saying this, the fake news media, which is back there. With their fake polls. The same as last year, we could just put it all on tape. The fake polls, the fake everything. You know, they're called suppression polls. They're meant to make you depressed. Are you depressed? You don't look depressed. Keep up the momentum. The real numbers, and we have the real numbers, we're leading everywhere. We are leading everywhere. I'll tell you, I think we're way ahead of what we were 4 years ago, and there's far more enthusiasm. Our base is bigger, it's stronger, and we've done the greatest job. Again, if we didn't get hit by the plague from China, this thing, we wouldn't have even, between us, I would have canceled, Mr. Congressman, most of the rallies. I wouldn't have needed a rally. That's a little bit unfair, but that's okay. That's what China's done to our nation. They've screwed us for a long time on a lot of different ways. No, never has anybody ripped off our nation like China. And I've taken in billions and billions of dollars. We never took in 10 cents from China. And I gave $28 billion, right? $28 billion to the farmers because they were targeted unfairly by China, and our farmers are very unhappy. I don't think we have too many farmers in this wonderful Pennsylvania town. I know we have a lot of Boilermakers over there. We got a lot of Boilermakers. I'll be talking about them. Look at those guys. Nobody gonna mess with them, okay? We're gonna be talking about them in a minute, but for the entire summer, Biden was silent as far-left rioters viciously attacked law enforcement in Democrat-run cities all, burned down businesses, terrorized civilians, and just recently marched through the streets chanting, "Death to America." This is what we have, death to America. And by the way, we could end it like immediately. You saw what we did in Wisconsin. It ended. Took a while for the governor. You know, they have to ask us in. It's like otherwise we have to do something much bigger, and it's totally unnecessary. The National Guard's fantastic. I went to see him 2 days ago. Biden went there today. There was nobody there. There was nobody there. He was a little late. I was going to say, hey, listen, we ended that problem. But we could end it in Portland. Wise guys in Portland. Anarchists. They're agitators. They're looters. I'll tell you, we could end it in Portland in a half an hour. We did it in Seattle. We told them, we're coming in. You either end it or we're coming in. Congressman, we were going in the next day. We were all set. I was actually disappointed, to be honest. They ended it in Seattle. They took over 20% of the city. Do you believe this? And the mayor said, no, it's going to be a summer of love. These people are crazy. So we end them very quickly. We end them very quickly. And now what we're doing is we're holding back funds for cities that don't know what they're doing, where they allow crime to run rampant. And we put a 10-year prison sentence on anybody that knocks down a statue. I took out an old ordinance, a very old one, because today in Congress you don't get things like that. Today they think that you should just have no cash bail. You know, they do the no cash bail. You kill somebody, there's no bail. Don't worry about it. Go out. But I took out an old ordinance. I gave a new executive order. It says 10 years in prison. And amazingly, that was like 3.5 months ago. And they were having a big march on Washington, march elsewhere, and amazingly, that was the end of the statues coming down. No statues. And we're actually prosecuting people for having done it. We made it retroactive to the beginning. Terrible. And by the way, the state statues and monuments, they have to do the same thing. It's real easy. But the rioters that want Biden to win, they want him to win because their agenda is an agenda. It's what they want. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They both want to cut funding for police. They want to end that cash bail. They want to hire far-left prosecutors and judges and let the criminals run wild. The radical left district attorney in Portland, Mike Schmidt, his name is, has released hundreds of rioters and announced that anyone arrested for interfering with police officers, disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, rioting, and other offenses will not be prosecuted under any circumstance. Oh, it's worse. It's worse. You have somebody in Philadelphia who's worse, right? Worse. In his manifesto with Bernie Sanders, that's what it is. Biden agreed to all these things. You notice now? No, I never said about fracking. I never said, if you don't do fracking in Pennsylvania, 900,000 jobs and your energy bills will triple. Other than that, I don't think you should have it, okay? No, but he said in the manifesto, plus he said many times, we put on the clip yesterday where no fracking, no this, no that. I mean, no guns. How about guns? No guns, no Second Amendment. Biden has pledged to appoint prosecutors who will extend these insane far-left policies nationwide. That's what he's done. That's called the manifesto. He agreed to all this stuff. The craziest thing, you're supposed to bring it to the right. He actually brought it further left. Bernie never dreamt that this was possible. Crazy Bernie. Do you know Crazy Bernie? I had a lot of his voters come to me 4 years ago. A big percentage. You know why? Because I agree with him, and he agrees with me on one thing, trade. The trade. Because he knew that other countries are ripping us off, and so did I. Nobody else got it, especially Biden. Never got it. He never got it. Still doesn't get it. Now he really gets nothing, I tell you. He didn't get it in prime time. Now he really doesn't get it. But it's okay for them to make every city look just like Portland, which is a disaster. And again, we could clean it up. We just go right through it. 5,000, 10,000, right through it. These guys are tough, they're smart, and they love our country. They love our country. We'll clean it up in 1/2 hour. It'll be over. Did you see this radical left mayor, Wheeler, his name is, the radical left mayor? They chased him, Mike. They chased him out of his home last night. And all he does is be nice to them because they don't understand nice. They only understand one thing, strength. That's the only thing they understand. They don't understand nice. They chased him out of his home. Unbelievable. Biden's plan is to appease the domestic terrorists, and my plan is to arrest them and prosecute them. And I will always defend law-abiding citizens. That's why the rioters are voting for Biden and the law enforcement people. We have it from everybody. We just got the sheriffs in Florida, all of them. We got Ohio, we got Texas, we got North Carolina, we got South Carolina, we got everybody. I don't know if there's anybody, and I see Rick Perry right there. Rick Perry, what are you doing here, Rick? Rick Perry, one of the greats. But they're all voting for me. This election is about safety, and this election is about jobs. Today I'm delighted to accept a very, very special endorsement from people I like. I grew up with these people. I don't know what it is, the relationship we have with all of us. With all of us. But I'm getting an endorsement tonight from some very, very special people. They work hard. They do great. We really put them back to work because this state was in trouble. And last year, you had the single greatest year, economic year, in the history of your whole operation, right? Of your whole operation. You've never had anything like that. This has been your greatest. This has been, prior to the plague coming in, it's been the Commonwealth's greatest. Can we ever call the Commonwealth a state? You get two places. You always have to say, well, wait a minute. Is this one a Commonwealth? Two places. You know what the other place is? Name it.
I didn't like that one either. Here's
That's
a
right.
gold for the
How
trouble.
did you know that, Congressman? Huh? But this Commonwealth, it's a great Commonwealth, it's a great place, and the Boilermakers local union, it's local 154 of the Boilermakers, they chartered in Pittsburgh 125 years ago. None of you are around to see it. And it now represents members in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and West Virginia. And I want to thank John Hughes and the Boilermakers here today. It's a great honor to have you. Who's John? Where the hell is John? Stand up, John. John, we appreciate it. We appreciate it. Do you know why John is the head? You know why? Because look, he's got the worst location. I say, where's John? I'm looking in the front row. He said, put up your hand, John. Look at that guy. He's great. You got my vote, John. Hey, Boilermakers, thank you. What a job you do. You're the heart of this country. You really are. Thank you very much. That's a great endorsement. That's a great endorsement. Joe Biden spent the last 47 years shipping Pennsylvania jobs to China and foreign nations, and I've spent the last 4 years bringing them back home, and we're bringing them back home. Bringing a lot of things back home. I ended the last administration's 8-year pure war on Pennsylvania oil and coal and fracking and national. If you look at the natural gas, what they've done to this state, what they were doing to this state, it was sort of easy. I just opened it up and I said, do it. And the investment put into Pennsylvania, the investment put into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has been record-setting. But again, you had the greatest year you've ever had last year prior to the virus. You're going to be set now with what we're doing. I believe that this next quarter, which will be announced, interestingly, just prior to the election. So I'm putting myself in the line, but I know what's going to happen. The numbers are going to be great. And next year is going to be one of the greatest years, not only for Pennsylvania, but for the entire country. So Joe Hayden, we have a new one, Joe Hayden. We call him Joe Hayden. I have all of them. What do you like better? What do you like better? We got a number. Let's do a little poll. Can we do a poll? I saved myself so much money. You know, I saved myself so much money. We do these polls with thousands, and those people are coming in from the back, are they not? Yes? They're coming in. I'm telling you, you wouldn't have believed it. I'm landing. I wasn't waving at you. I was waving at them. But I do these polls, right? And it's like a perfect poll. You know, do you ever see the companies, you give them $1 million and they do a poll, like 78 people will poll. Now you got thousands of people. So tell me, what's your feeling, first of all, in the name? What's it? You like MAGA, Make America Great Again? Yes? Huh? Oh, you are the one. You are a man. I made you famous today. You said the nicest things about me. Thank you. Did you see him on television today? I think you're great. I think you're great. Thank you. No, he called me a great Christian and a great Christian leader. Thank you. But he did say I wasn't perfect. But that's okay. I said thank you anyway, right? No, that was really great. That was really great. But if you look at it, the things they've done, we're going to go through a couple of different polls as we go along, because I love people saying do this or do that. But one of the things I got you out of is this thing sounds so good, but it's so bad. It's a rip-off of our country, the so-called Paris Climate Accord. It's a disaster, a death sentence. It's a death sentence for your energy jobs. I took it out. I withdrew from that calamity. Biden pledged to reinstate it. It's going to cost you billions and billions of dollars. You know what it really is? It's a way of really taking advantage of the United States. That's what it is. Last year, I visited the Shell petrochemical plant in Beaver County. Anybody ever hear of Beaver County? The largest investment in your state's history. all made possible by our pro-energy policies. Biden would wipe out that entire industry, killing the jobs of more than 600,000 Pennsylvania workers. It's probably 940,000, they say. Think of that. Also, prices and everything else. Now, Biden today came out and said, no, fracking's okay. It's okay. Did you see that? Fracking's okay. Because he was getting killed. And now he came out in favor of law enforcement. Look at all these handsome cops.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
And a beautiful cop. No, but how can anybody believe it? He's totally against. At his speech and at the DNC, where we got much higher numbers than they did, but you know, they put out that they did. They'll say anything. We got much higher by millions and millions of people. We had a great, did we have a great convention? Right? We had a, there's my guy. Good job you did.
Better hire a recruit.
But we had a great convention, and it's been really terrific. You know, I made a speech at Mount Rushmore, and since that speech, our numbers have been up like a rocket, like a beautiful rocket. The Mount Rushmore speech. I said, you know, we're getting hit by this pandemic very unfairly in the sense that we've done such a good job with the ventilators, all of the things, you know, you've heard it 1,000 times. And we have to get back. And I made a speech in really a great place, South Dakota, but it was Mount Rushmore. You know they want to blow it up. You know they want to take off Mount Rushmore. If you would see how beautiful, this is, it was like this perfect evening. The sun was setting. The faces of these great, great, majestic heroes of our country, right? Heroes of our country. And they want to blow up Mount Rushmore. But how about this one? The Democrats yesterday came out with a plan. Did you see it? Now, they're the D.C. Democrats. They want to change the name of the Washington Monument, perhaps take it down.
Keep up the pressure.
Thomas Jefferson, pretty good Thomas Jefferson, right? You could forget about ever hearing that name again. Abraham Lincoln, you could forget about it. They want to take down all statues, all monuments in Washington. We have some of your greatest people right here. Let me not even talk to the congressmen. The heck with the congressmen, the Boilermakers. How do you like the idea of taking down our statues to our great George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson, all of them? I don't think the Boilermakers, you'll do a ring around Washington, right? Along with Christopher Columbus, he's in big trouble, I'll tell you. Except there was a group of great Italians in New York. They tried to take down Christopher Columbus statue in New York. You saw what happened, right? These Italians formed a little circle. They say, come on. The agitators decided to leave. Let's get out of here, darling. They protected Christopher Columbus. The Italians aren't big on taking down Christopher Columbus. You take down those statues, you can forget about the Italian vote. Do we agree? But they protected it. When asked in a debate if there would be any place for fossil fuels, including coal, fracking, and natural gas, and so many things that really fire up these big plants where many of you work and produce, just millions and millions of jobs throughout our country, Biden said, no, we would absolutely not allow anything like that. We would make sure it's totally eliminated. That's what he said. He said, we would make sure it's totally eliminated or eliminated. Now he's coming and saying, this isn't working too well. This isn't working. You know, I made a speech a week ago in Texas. We had crowds that were unbelievable. On the highways, you can't get in, but the highways, it's like incredible. You could sell your ticket tonight for a lot of money. Go to eBay. Even as a used ticket, you could probably sell. But you go down the highways and you see it. And I was thinking in Texas, I'm making a speech in front of, obviously, people that like oil. They like God. And you know what else they like? They like their Second Amendment, right? So think about it. So whether it's Pennsylvania or Texas or Oklahoma or North Dakota or any place, you take a look at this, right? and no oil, no guns, no God. I don't think George Washington running with Abraham Lincoln as his VP, pick Abraham Lincoln as VP, is going to win in Texas or in Pennsylvania or any place else with those three things eliminated. That's what they want to do. They want to take away your Second Amendment. If I weren't president, you would either have an obliterated Second Amendment or it would be gone entirely. I am standing between them and your Second Amendment, and that's it. That's it. They know. He put Beto in charge of guns. Beto's in charge. He wants to get rid of everything. Beto, that's a beauty. Remember, he said, I was born for this. Anybody that says they're born for this, remember Beto? He was on the cover of a magazine. I won't mention the magazine. They're back there. It's a total phony magazine. But he was on the cover of the magazine. And he said, I was born to run for president. He was born for it. I was born. Anybody that gets that carried away, that was when he was doing well. Since then, he's cratered. Ever since he made that statement, he's looked very bad. But he's, take a look at what he says about guns. And he got put in charge of guns. So I guess Biden pretty soon is going to be coming out saying, no, I never said that. Check out all of the statement he's made on everything. And now he's going the opposite way. But he's agreed to the manifesto entirely, so maybe he'll do that. And then he figures later on he'll go, but everything he said is right, because he has no control over what's happening. The radical left has captured the party. They even elected a person that nobody ever heard of, a senator, it's been a while, against a young, good-looking Kennedy by 10 points in Massachusetts. Did you know Kennedy lost in Massachusetts? You know why? Because he wasn't a radical left. He was like a semi-normal person, just slightly left. No, but think of it. This is what's happened, and this is really what's happened. If you're not a radical lefty, meaning guns, meaning fossil fuels, they want wind. You know, to make the windmill, which are made mostly in China and in Germany, by the way, to make it, so much emission is let out that it's more than you can ever save. It's just the craziest thing. Also, I am truly an environmentalist. But you have to understand, when we do things and they don't, and we clean, and it's very expensive to do that, and they don't, and we have this massive planet, and China, India, Russia, Germany, all these places, it's fuming up, and we're doing our job and beautiful. No, they have to do it also. Otherwise, it just doesn't work the way it's supposed to. They want to ban straws. Has anybody ever tried those paper straws? They're not working too good. Right? They want to ban straws. I said, well, you know, I've had a couple of meals at McDonald's, etc., over the years, right? Wendy's, a friend of mine owns Wendy's. I'll give it a plug, right? Burger King. So they want to ban straws. I said, oh, really? What about the carton? What about the plate? What about the knives and the spoons that are plastic? Oh, they're okay. But the straws we got to ban. Has anybody ever tried, seriously, the new straw, it's made out of paper, right? It disintegrates as you're drinking. If you have a nice tie like this tie, this would have no chance. By the time you get finished, the straw is totally disintegrated. Does anybody walk around with a plastic straw? Because it's not bad. You know, you whip it out, boom, boom. You never had to do that. When asked whether he would be willing to destroy the jobs of hundreds of thousands of blue-collar workers to push his anti-energy agenda, you know what the answer is, right? It's the Green New Deal, right? This Green New Deal. This was made by people that don't get it. Either that or people that just don't like our country very much. But Biden replied, yes, he'll get rid of those jobs. And he famously told a voter, I want you to look in my eyes when he's not wearing the mask. Because I've never seen a man that liked a mask. Look, I'm all for it. We have a big weekend, distance on the weekend and all of that stuff. And wear your mask when you're close together in particular. And wash your hands, all those things. We have Labor Day weekend coming up. But did you ever see a man that likes a mask as much as him? And then he makes a speech, and he always has it, not always, but a lot of times he has it hanging down. Because you know what? It gives him a feeling of security. If I were a psychiatrist...
You're doing great out there.
Right? No, I'd say this guy's got some big issues. Hanging down. Hanging down. Congressman, give me your mask. I want to have it hanging from my ear. I don't want to touch your damn mask. Mike, I'll never touch your mask.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
No, but the new one is, you know, I went for a physical. The doctor said to me, sir, would you like to go over to Walter Reed? It's incredible. By the way, the job they do on people that have been just really hurt are heroes. And the job they do is incredible. But, sir, would you like to go over and do a physical? You have some time. You know why I had time? Some deal. Oh, it was China. I decided not to see China because they didn't like the way they were doing business, okay? Does that make sense? So the doctor, White House doctor, highly respected, Sean Conley. Sir, would you like to go over and do your physical, do a piece of it or finish it or whatever it was, but do a physical? I said, I don't know. I'm not in love with the idea. Well, if you do it, we don't have to do it. Okay, let's go. Come on. So we went. And we're driving. Now, you have to understand there are like, 100 cars. You see what happens here. It's like the plane times 50. So the cars are driving all over. It's about a 20-minute drive. And we get to the hospital. I get out. I was there probably for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Welcome back.
And then yesterday I read that I had strokes. CNN, fake news CNN right there. No, it's mini strokes, they called them. I don't know what a mini stroke is, but it's not good. And there could be a day, and I'll admit, I said, hey, it happens to all of us, right? Except these young ones, it's never going to happen to them. They're not looking at that. But you know what happens? But nothing happened. So I went in. I did that part of the physical. The end result was he's very healthy. They're very unhappy when they heard that result. And what you don't remember is when this took place, it was a long time ago. They just started up because they want to try and get me to be in Biden's physical level. You know, they viewed me as being somebody that's, I go around, hey, last week, this week, Texas, North Carolina, Florida, South Carolina, back to Washington, let's go here, let's go there, let's go everywhere, meetings all the time.
Great out there.
I think I've answered more questions from these maniacs than any president in history. And mean questions. I watched Biden yesterday, so he hasn't answered questions in, 2 months or something. And yesterday, he took a couple, and they were setups like I've never seen. One young woman, who I think is there, is smiling. Hi. I'd just like to ask you, I'm sorry to bother you with this question. It's the most incredible. So the doctor wrote a letter saying, no, this rumor is wrong. And I don't like, rumors like that. And by the way, if it were a fact, it's fine. It should. I think it's an important thing. But if it's not true, my wife was like, she came to me, she said, I think I would have known that. I said, yeah, I think they would have known it too because they drove back with me. The press follows me. They have a special deal, a van. They followed me. And then we go in, we go out. But if you remember last time, I go in, I spend a little time physical like we all have. Hopefully you have them. Good thing to have, I guess. As long as they give you a good answer. If they give you a bad answer, don't bother. Possibly too late. But I go in. I come out a couple of hours later, I guess, whatever it is, a short time later. I get into the car. The press sees me get into the car. On my way home, I get a call from my wife, the First Lady, who's very popular. Do we like our First Lady? Very popular, great person, great woman. She said, darling, are you okay? I go, why do you ask?
I've got some.
She said, they're reporting that you had a heart attack. Now you have to understand, I'm driving in a car which is about, 6 cars in front of the press, because they have a big car. There's a lot of them, and we try and give them as little room as possible, make it uncomfortable. But they're right behind me, so they know I got in. And CNN reported that I had a heart attack. That was the same visit, and that didn't work. No, it's unbelievable. CNN reported I had a heart attack, so my wife was concerned. I said, no, not that I know of. And if I did, I think I'd be back there. No, I'll be home in 15 minutes, darling. Thank you for caring. It's always nice. It's always nice. She sounded relieved. That's good. When your wife sounds relieved. But she said, I wonder how that happened. Why did they do that? Because they're fake news. So I go in, and that rumor lasted for a little while, like a day or two. It lasted for a little while, no matter what I did. You know, I'm in the same motorcade. I go in, and I go out. They know I'm in the motorcade. I actually have to report it, but I'm in the motorcade, and they said I had a cut. One of them said it was a massive heart attack. Think of it. Again, it could happen someday, okay? And when it does, I hope things work out. But they knew I'm in the motorcade, and yet they reported it anyway because they're fake news. Now, for the same visit, that was the same. You know, that was the stupidest thing. From now on, when I go for a physical or something, or go to the hospital, announce it. Because this was a quick thing. The doctor, he got me in a lot of trouble. He's a great doctor. I said, no more surprise visits to the hospital where we do a little work because we have some time. But, so now, the same visit, they started yesterday because some joker from the New York Times, who's a third-grade reporter, writes a book. And he said, the vice president was prepared to take over the reins because they thought the president was going to go, I guess, under anesthesia. Do they still call it? In the old days, they called it anesthesia. It's essentially the same thing. I don't want to get into a situation like where Biden used record player. Remember that? You go home, you turn on your record player. But the anesthesia. And I said, how could that be? So remember, just the same visit. They said heart attack a long time. All of a sudden out of this book. And he said, suffered mini strokes. Now they get a letter from the White House doctor that said it's totally false. But they still go with it. They go with it. And they know I'm in the group with them coming back. And I don't know much about a mini stroke, but I assume, Mr. Congressman, if you have a mini stroke, you're not heading back to the White House, right? At least you'll spend a couple of nights at that great hospital, right? So anyway, these are really dangerous people. They are so bad for our country. If we had honest press, it would be so great for the USA. Be so great. They're just a bunch of phony people. Not all of them. You have some very good ones, like about 10%. No, you have some very good ones. You have some great journalists, but it's really, they know it's phony stuff. They're doing anything they can to get this sleepy guy into the White House, and I just don't think the public is going to fall for it. I don't think the public is going to fall for it. You know, in his best days, 25, 30 years ago, he was weak. He was weak. As a senator, he was weak. He was not known as being one of the smart ones, and now it's not exactly prime time, I can tell you that. I just want to announce tonight, because we're joined with some very, very special warriors, and Dan Muser. Dan, thank you very much. Great job you're doing. Dan, congressman. These are congressmen who have really been warriors for me. They really have been. Thank you very much, Dan. Fred Keller. Fred. Thank you. Great job, Fred. The great John Joyce. Great. Thank you, John. Guy Reschenthaler. Do you know him? Guy Reschenthaler. What are you doing over there? What happened? You don't get along with these guys? Huh? Oh, okay. That's good. Now I understand. That's good. Glenn Thompson. Great job. Great job, Glenn. Really great.
You're doing
and a
great
real
out
good
there.
friend of mine right from the beginning, right, Mike? You know, we were in Pennsylvania, and a friend of ours, a congressman long-term, right, from Kentucky, no, from actually Tennessee, came up to us. I was getting ready to make a speech, and Tennessee has very early voting. Remember what he said? This was 4 years ago. He said, I don't know what's happening in Pennsylvania. I don't know what's happening in the rest of the country. But if what's going on in the rest of the country is like what's going on in Tennessee, he said, they're coming from the hills, the roadsides, the rivers. He said, they're coming. People that never really cared to vote. They're great Americans, but they never wanted to vote for the people that they would see. He said, they're miles long. They've got Trump here, Trump hats, Trump pins, right? Tennessee. Duncan. Right? Congressman Duncan, right? Remember that, Mike? That was the first time. I mean, they said they've never seen anything like it. Tennessee has been incredible, by the way. But so Mike and I listened, and we said, I wonder what that's all about. But it is true. People that weren't really political people, they're coming in and, you know, the deal here, like the Miss Universe, good old Miss Universe, right? Like this. They came with hats, they came with pins, they're loaded with pins. One person had hundreds of pins. They never had a pin in their life. But they love the job that we've done, and we're going to do it even better in the next 4 years. Another great friend of mine who's a tough cookie and a great congressman, but unfortunately he's a former because he's just, I don't know, he's just a special guy and really has a big, beautiful heart. Lou Barletta. Lou, thank you. You look good, Lou. Why don't you run again, Lou? Run. And a man who's tough. You know, there's this guy, you ever hear of a guy named Connor Lamb? He's like a lamb. So we heard, you know, because he's in sort of a Trumpy area, right? And we heard that he's going to be for Trump, and he's going to be fighting for Trump. And, you know, I saw some of his commercials. I thought he was a Republican, right? Except when he got to Washington, he voted with Pelosi 100% of the time. Crazy Nancy. He voted with Crazy Nancy. And so we thought, this Connor Lamb guy, he even voted to impeach your president over nothing. Zero. And that's very personal. When they do that, that's personal. So, and I have to say, Congressman, 196 to nothing, they stuck with us. And so did the Senate, other than Romney. You can have Romney, I'll tell you. Romney couldn't be elected dog catcher in Utah right now. Although he gave me a half a vote. It was 52.5 to a half. That was Romney. What a beaut. Remember he was walking with the Black Lives Matter saying, yes, I'm a member of Black Lives Matter. Everyone saying, that's nice, wonderful. He had a lot of masks on, I'll tell you that. But we did a great job. We had a great, it was an amazing thing. But this Connor Lamb was out there fighting it, and he shouldn't have done that. And we have somebody that blows him away. He's more of a hero. He's tougher. He's stronger. He's smarter. He's better looking, not that that matters. You know, under the Me Too generation, I don't talk about looks anymore. Looks don't matter. Doesn't make any difference. I don't talk about looks. Me Too. Me Too generation. But I'll tell you, this man is something special. He's a real hero, a real tough guy, and he'll never let you down. Sean Parnell. Just remember that Connor Lamb, and I remember because he's like a lamb. He's like a little lamb. Weak. Got a lot of weak people. We like strong people, don't we? We like strong. We need strong people right now. We have somebody else in the audience who served as my Secretary of Energy, and he was incredible. He was the governor of Texas for what, 12 years, I think, Rick, right? 12? Tell me, 14? 14 years he was. And he was an incredible governor, and he was an incredible secretary, and he's been an incredible friend. Rick Perry, everybody. There was nobody that got into the race tougher than Rick. What he said about me, I'll never repeat again. Even my own family didn't like me when he got finished. And when he decided that I would be the one, he got out. And there's nobody that said better things about it. But you're great, Rick, and you did a fantastic job. Every place you've been great. Thank you very much. Rick Barrett. Hey, Rick, how are we doing in Texas? Huh? We had a poll today in Georgia. You know, they say Georgia's going to be close. Well, this was a poll that hates Trump, and we're up 7. That was the same thing happened last time, right? You know, they use the words in play. Georgia's in play, they say. Georgia's in play. Well, we're up 7, and this is a poll that truly hates us, okay? But they did the last time. Didn't they say last time that Texas was in play? And then it was 8 o'clock, the polls closed, and they only announce if you're way ahead. So they say the polls have closed in the great state of Texas. Donald Trump has won the great state of Texas. And I kept hearing it was in play. They said Utah, the home of our worst senator. They said Utah was in play. That's Mitt Romney. Mike Lee's doing excellent. I didn't want to get them confused by it. But they say Utah, same thing. Remember that 4 years ago? We had the guy with the shaved head. What was his name, Rick? What a loser that was. You know who I'm talking about. That's right. A McMuffin, I think, something like that. And he was going to win Utah. And I won it by many, many, many points. It was called immediately. So these are people that are just not good. In fact, Hillary even beat this guy. Hillary came in second in Utah. In less than 4 years, we've achieved more than anyone thought possible. We passed massive tax cuts for hardworking families. And we eliminated more regulations than any administration in the history of our country. I saved the U.S. auto industry by withdrawing from the last administration's job-killing catastrophe known as the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It would have been a catastrophe. Not only for autos, by the way, for everything else, too. To protect our workers, I imposed stiff tariffs on foreign aluminum and foreign steel. That kept you guys very busy. They were dumping all over the place. Is that right? They were dumping. And it was bad steel, too. It was dirt steel. This week, my administration reached a breakthrough agreement to stop additional steel imports from Brazil and from Mexico for the rest of the year, despite the USMCA. Sometimes they get a little carried away, and we have to do a little tariff action on them. So we stopped that. We're reversing decades of the Biden betrayals that decimated Pennsylvania jobs. You know that. This state lost, listen to this, 1 in 3 manufacturing jobs after the twin disasters of NAFTA and China's entrance into the World Trade Organization. One of the worst things that happened when China came in. You know, they were flatlined for many years. Then they came into this crazy deal. They're considered a developing nation. You see, I've been sort of protesting that, but they're considering China. As a developing nation, you get all sorts of things that you would never get, advantages over the United States. Well, we have very strongly protested that. They're not a developing nation. They're a very powerful developed nation. And you know what? They got to pay what everyone else has to pay. Earlier this year, I kept my promise to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania when we ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement into law, which is in effect now and really doing well. Everyone said it'll never happen. And I had great help from these gentlemen right here. I took the toughest ever action to stand up to China's pillaging, plundering, and rampant theft of Pennsylvania and many other places' jobs. That's all throughout the world, by the way. But our states have been just pillaged by China and others. Joe Biden's agenda is made in China. My agenda is made in America. After years and years of rebuilding other countries, we are finally rebuilding our country. It's called America First. We're America First. It's enough. And we're bringing our soldiers back home. You see what's going on. After 19 years in Afghanistan, faraway places. To bring hope to our inner cities, I created Opportunity Zones. Tim Scott, great senator from South Carolina, worked on it with me. Passed criminal justice reform, delivered permanent funding for historically black colleges and universities that Obama would never do. And before the China virus, we achieved the lowest African American, Hispanic American, Asian American unemployment rates ever recorded by far. And they're now heading back in that direction quickly. Democrat politicians have failed the black community for decades. They failed the Asian community, the Hispanic community. They failed women. The numbers on women's unemployment were the best in 61 years. Biden spent the last 47 years betraying the American people. He was always for things that you wouldn't want, and now he's changing. No, I never said that. I never said that. I've spent the last 4 years keeping my promises and delivering for the African American community and for all communities. And the best is yet to come. Perhaps in no area have our opponents more thoroughly betrayed working families of all backgrounds than on the subject of immigration. You know, we've been fighting for that. Under my administration, we achieved the most secure border in American history. We ended catch and release, stopped asylum fraud, and we've deported 20,000 gang members, and we get them out, and we get them out fast. Thank you, ICE. ICE and Border Patrol. ICE and Border Patrol. They don't like ICE because ICE they're tough. You got to be tough in that job, by the way. Anybody up here like to work at ICE? I don't think so. Let's see, you could probably be okay. But you'd rather do what you're doing, right? I agree with you. These are tough guys. They have to be tough. These are bad, bad gang members. I mean, you look at MS-13, you look at what's happened with MS-13, you look at, but we get them the hell out. Sometimes we have to put them in prison because we don't even want to take a chance they can come back in after what they've done. We built 300 miles of border wall, and we're adding 10 new miles every single week. Every week. And the wall will be finished very soon. And by the way, they keep saying, but Mexico will be paying for the wall. And I say it respectfully to Mexico, but they will be paying for the wall. They understand that. They just don't want to write it, and that's okay. Because Mexico's treated us very well. The president of Mexico, right now they have 27,000 Mexican soldiers on our border guarding us from people coming in illegally into our country. We invested $2.5 trillion in the United States military and launched the first new branch of the United States Armed Forces in nearly 75 years since the Air Force, and that's called the Space Force. Right, Sean? Pretty good. I'm going to send Mike into space. You want to go into space, Mike? Our great congressman. But think of that, you know, we created a new branch of the United States. That alone, if you had that alone, but then you add judges, all the other things. We passed VA choice and VA accountability. So now, instead of waiting for a week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks, 9 weeks to see a doctor, you don't have a doctor, you go right out, you get a private doctor, we pay the bill, and our great veterans get better quickly. And accountability. We keep people accountable for the way they treat our veterans. And if they don't treat them well, we say, sorry, you're fired, get out. No, we couldn't fire anybody. We had sadists, we had thieves, we had some very bad people in the VA, and they're all gone. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about the such friendly voices. Right, beautiful. Only in Pennsylvania, right? Thank you. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal. Think of this. Obama paid $150 billion for a short-term deal.
Let's see if
He
you
gave
can
$1.8
stay
billion
on
in
top.
cash. You ever see $1 million like at a casino floor or something in $100 bills? It's a lot. It's like the size of this, right? Now think 1.8 billion. How did you guys allow that to happen? Huh? They said we all voted against it. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel. You never know nowadays, right? And I opened the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. I recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They've been trying to get that done for 52 years. I got it done immediately. And by the way, as far as the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, they've been talking about many, many presidents. They all promised it. Nobody did it. I did it. We get things done. And we just did something that is incredible. Even the New York Times gave it good reviews. Not good reviews, beyond good reviews. Tom Friedman gave it phenomenal. And that's, we achieved the first breakthrough in Middle East peace in decades. A deal with Israel, 5, and the UAE. It's a deal with Israel and the UAE. And that's going to lead, and I will tell you, we have representatives over right now, and other people are saying, we want to get in that deal. You'll have peace of the Middle East. But we want to get the hell out. Let's get them all back. Let's get them all back. Don't forget, we're energy independent. There used to be a reason. Now, we do have a reason. It's called Israel. And we have some very good partnerships over there. In all fairness, we have some countries that have treated us very well, and we're going to take care of those countries. But we are energy independent for the first time, and that's a very good feeling. And our military has never been stronger than it is now. It's new and it's beautiful. And I told you, we took over 100% of the ISIS caliphate in Iraq and Syria, and we killed the founder and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. And separately, we killed the world's number one terrorist for decades and decades, Qasem Soleimani. We killed Soleimani. It was a big step for the Middle East. We kept America out of wars. Remember, they always said, oh, this Trump, he's radical. He's really, he's too radical. He'll get us in wars. I kept you out of wars. What happened with North Korea? Look, I get along with Kim Jong-un. They say, that's terrible. He gets along. No, it's good if I get along. If I get along with Russia, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing. These maniacs, anytime, they always talk about Russia. They never talk about China. You know, it's very interesting. It's always Russia. I heard it starting again. They said, somebody spoke to Russia 2 years ago. Russia, Russia, Russia. This total maniac, Shifty Schiff, he's a total maniac. So, no, it's always. Do you ever notice? I can't even listen, but when I hear Russia, I just turn it off. It's crazy. But you know, getting along with countries is actually a good thing. Can we explain that? It's a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a very good thing. But remember, I was the one that was going to be leading you into war. In the first week, he'll be in war. He's a radical kind of a personality. I'm really not. I like to have peace. But if we ever do get into war, we will knock the hell out of them, whoever it may be. These guys only fight to tie. They don't fight to win. We fight to win. But you look at what's happening now. Soldiers out of Germany, they're not happy. They said, this is going to hurt our economy. Well, it's good for our economy, okay? They thought it was going to hurt the German economy.
Nice work out there.
They don't treat us right. They don't pay their bills. They're delinquent. You know what delinquent is? They're delinquent. They don't pay their bills. We protect them. They don't pay their bills. We got to do something. And they treat us horribly on trade through the European Union, which basically they run. Together, we've been rapidly fixing a half a century of disasters, and Biden was there for every one of them. Joe Biden supported NAFTA, China's entry into the world trade. He supported the Korean deal. The Korean deal was so bad. It was so bad. This was a deal that was going to produce in South Korea, done by crooked Hillary Clinton. This was a deal that was going to produce 250,000 jobs.
I like how your strategy
She said,
is shaking.
this will be 250,000. And she was right. For South Korea, it produced 250,000. For us, we got nothing. We got losses. We got nothing. It was a terrible deal. I renegotiated it. Now it's a good deal. And they also gave and want to give mass amnesty for illegal aliens. Biden supported cutting Social Security. He voted for the Iraq War. He opposed the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. He opposed the killing of Soleimani. When I did that, he said, that's a terrible thing. That's a terrible thing. Everybody in the Middle East, they couldn't believe it. They celebrated, some of them quite quietly, I must add. He oversaw the rise of ISIS, and he cheered the rise of China as a positive development for America and the entire world. Remember that? Now he's trying to say, well, I can be tough in China. He says, no, he can't. China owns him. China owns Sleepy Joe. He's not going to be tough in China. And he said all these wonderful things, and then all of a sudden his poll numbers started going down. How about law enforcement? He's like so bad. In his entire convention, they didn't even mention. And by the way, something else they did that I think is terrible, really terrible. The words under God, right? Right?
Nice work
Right?
out there.
It's called the Pledge of Allegiance. Under God. He left those two words out twice at their caucus, which is part of their convention. But that's where they're coming from. He's trying to say, oh, well, we didn't do this, and then we gave it to him and he sort of shut up. But then 2 days later, he's saying it didn't happen. They lie. And these mail-in ballots are a disgrace, and they know it. Sign your mail-in ballot, okay? You sign it and send it in, and then you have to follow it. And if on election day or early voting, that is not tabulated and counted, you go vote. And then if for some reason after that, it shouldn't take that long, it comes in, they're not going to be able to tabulate it because you will have voted. But you have to make sure your vote counts, because the only way they're going to beat us is by doing that kind of stuff. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. They want to send out, Congressman, 80 million ballots. Now, there have been many races over the last year where they've done this, and they've been a disaster. You look at New York, they had a congressional race, not a very good congresswoman, very untalented. I know her well. I lived in New York. She's not got much going. They have no idea what the vote is. I think 20% of the ballots were missing. And then they declared her the winner, and the other guy saying, what about me? He's not too happy for her opponent. You look at what happened in Paterson, New Jersey. You look at what happened in Virginia. You look at what happened. There's not a race. And these are small. These are easy to control. Now they want to send out 80 million unsolicited. I like it much better. They used to say universal. They used to say live ballots. I like the word unsolicited and solicited. Solicited's okay, because that's when you're asking and you want it, then you send in the necessary paperwork and documentation, and you get the ballot and you fill it out. That's okay. But you can't, this whole thing with the unsolicited. Unsolicited means you're sitting there. You know, we have a big enthusiasm edge. But when they throw these things in your face, and the lists are inaccurate, and people are dead, and dogs have gotten ballots, they have. Dogs have gotten ballots. And they know I'm right, and everybody knows I'm right, and they say I'm right behind the closed doors. And it's a disgrace what they do to our country. 80 million unsolicited ballots. People that had no idea. People that weren't going to vote, in all fairness. It's really unfair because our people have enthusiasm. They're going out to vote. They're all going out to vote. Everybody here going to vote? Everybody? But they have no enthusiasm. I said, so that's unfair. That guy walks and then he'll have somebody knock on the door Say, listen, would like your ballot. I don't want to vote. I don't care about Biden. I'm a Democrat. I don't care about this guy. Well, look, where is it? Here, take it. Blah, blah, blah. They even have a provision where you don't have to verify signatures. What is going on? And they have another provision in some states where you can harvest. That's where you grab them all together and drop them. And in Nevada, they actually have a provision where they don't have to be counted until 7 days after the election. So that means if we have a close election, could be close. I hope it's not. I hope we have a landslide like this. But if we have a close election, that means Nevada has the right to, and I love Nevada. I think we're going to win Nevada, except where they're sending all these hundreds of thousands, millions of unsolicited ballots to people in Nevada and people that probably left a long time ago. It's very unfair. It's a very unfair. But think of it. They have 7 days after the election. Did you know that, Mike? 7 days. What does that mean? I want to see the results of the election on November 3rd. Right? And by the way, if it's anything like these other events, it could go on forever. I mean, the congressional race, which they just gave up and they declared her a winner, which they should not have done. They should make that do-over. And I think in Patterson they have a do-over. I think they're going to do it over because it was just ripe with fraud, theft. People were selling ballots. People were selling ballots. And you know, they talk about Russia. They're so worried about Russia. What about sending out 80 million ballots? That's your real problem. And you know, if Russia or China or these other countries want to cheat, all they have to do is forge ballots. It's much easier than the way they have to go about it, right? So we have to put pressure on these people. Now, the good news is we have a lot of court cases. We have one in Pennsylvania. You know that, right? And we have two judges. We have a state judge. We have a federal judge. I think both highly qualified judges, from what I understand. I hear that they're not too happy about what they're seeing. So we'll see what happens. We're going to see what happens. The lawyers feel very confident that we have to win those cases. But what you have to do is send in your early ballot and then go and make sure that ballot is tabulated or counted. And if it's not counted, vote. And then they have the job, if it comes in late, and if it's not too late, they have the job of making sure that they don't count it. But follow that ballot, because these people, they'll be lost, they'll be gone. The numbers are incredible, where they're 25 and 30% off, 20% off. Follow your ballot. When I banned travel from China, Biden called it hysterical and xenophobic. If we had listened to Sleepy Joe, hundreds of thousands of more Americans would have died. You know that. You know, he always gets up today. COVID-19, COVID-19. I said, Joe, look, we got a country, and I agree with that, and we've done a hell of a job. We've done a hell of a job. If you look at some of our numbers. But you got to start talking about the economy. And you got to start talking your place. I mean, this is when you look at Pennsylvania, you're in a shutdown. You have a governor that has you shut down. Huh? That's right. I didn't even think about it. You have a governor that has you shut down. That's right. And almost all states are open. And frankly, their numbers are very good. You look at Florida's now way down. Arizona, which had a spike, way down. California, Texas is going way down. Friend. They're all way down. You haven't even opened up. You haven't even opened up the great Commonwealth. Well, you have the same thing in North Carolina. And you have the same thing in Michigan. What she's doing to Michigan is sad. And you know, you have death with a shutdown. You have depression.
Oh, it's okay.
You have drugs and alcohol.
Bumps now and then.
You have sickness. You have loss of jobs. And people, you have suicides. Don't even think about it. But you have suicides. You have a tremendous, actually at this stage, we did the right thing. We closed the country down. We studied it. We learned about it. We know the susceptible are old people, senior citizens, nursing homes, people that are old, especially if they have heart problems or if they have diabetes. We know that. We learned it. And we opened it up. But the problem, these shutdowns are causing much bigger problems. You remember my original statement, right? The cure can't be greater. It was an original statement that a lot of people picked up, and it's so true. You have to open up this Commonwealth. It has to be opened up. It has to be opened up now. But here's what I think they're doing. Because you have the same thing in New York. We have a governor in New York who's 36,000 people died, 11,000 people in nursing homes because he made a mistake. He made a horrible mistake. And I built him a convention center with 2,800 beds that they didn't use it. And I sent up a ship, a great hospital ship, a massive hospital with hundreds and hundreds of rooms, and they didn't use it. And he requested it. And then I said, you're not using it. Why aren't you using it? He could have put those people in the convention center, in the hospital ship. What a shame. But you look at New York, the restaurants are all closed. It's so sad for me. I love New York. You know, I grew up in New York. I love New York. I did well in New York. And it's so sad when I look at what's happening with New York. It's all politics. If you kill somebody, they don't prosecute you, but they go after political enemies. It's a terrible, what's happening in New York is a terrible thing. And the place is dead. No restaurants, the restaurant poor guys, you can't, how long can you do this for? The people are going to lose their jobs, they're never going to open again. It's not like the restaurants is the greatest business in the world, it's a hard business. New York is closed, you're closed, North Carolina's closed, Michigan's closed, all Democrats. And let me tell you what's going to happen. On November 4th, they're going to announce their opening. They're doing this for political reasons. They are. Right, Sean? They're doing it for political reasons because they want our numbers to look as bad as possible going into November 3rd, Election Day. And then as soon as the election's over with, win, lose, or draw for them, they're gonna open it. They got nothing. And you know what? It's a shame what they're doing. For political reasons, they'll be open. You'll be open on November 4th. But you know what? From your standpoint, it's very close for the election. It's very far. If you have a restaurant, then you can't open your restaurant. You can't open your store. It's a disgrace. And they ought to get together. They ought to do it. These are Democrat governors in all instances and Democrat mayors. When the China virus arrived, we launched the largest national mobilization since World War II. Thanks to the life-saving therapies that we pioneered, the mortality rate has been reduced by 85% since April. Think of that. And we've achieved among the lowest case fatality rates of any major country anywhere in the world. You never hear that from the fake news. They don't want to talk to you about it. And this is a big country. This is a tougher country to do that with. The European Union's case fatality rate is nearly 3 times higher than ours. And if you look now, Spain is having a big blow-up. France is having a big blow-up. No, we've done a great job. We haven't been given credit for it. And he always starts off, COVID-19, that's all he knows, COVID-19. I said, what about the economy? What about jobs? What about all the other things we have to do? All he does, he thinks it's a weak spot. And actually, in theory, if we're getting a fair shake from those people back there, it's actually what the job we've done is actually a strong spot, and that includes you people. With the ventilators that nobody had, nobody that needed a ventilator didn't get a ventilator. Now we're supplying them all over the world. Altogether, the nations of Europe have experienced a 30% greater increase in excess mortality than the United States. Think of that. You don't hear these numbers. Cases in the U.S. have declined by 28% nationwide over the last month, and hospitalizations and deaths have declined radically over the last week. 3 vaccines are in final stage of clinical trials. Would have taken 2 years for another president. I was going to say a normal president, but they'll hit me with a little truth to that, too. No, but for another president, especially, you know, in the last administration, they had the H1N1 pandemic. It was called swine flu. You know, Joe always calls it the N1H1. He gets it mixed up. No, it's the H1N1, Joe. Not that it matters, I guess. No, do you ever notice? He's always calling it the other. He calls it the opposite. He has no clue where he is. But he keeps saying, oh, if he was, well, he didn't want to ban China, and we saved hundreds of thousands of lives by banning China. I was the only one that wanted to do it, actually. And then we banned Europe, because I saw what was happening in Italy and Spain and France. And we banned Europe. We saved hundreds of thousands. And if I didn't do the closing and the opening, so we're at 175,000. Look, one is too much. Because this was given to us by China, and it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. They could have stopped it. They stopped it from going into China, but not going to the rest of the world, including our country.
Better hire
It's a disgrace.
while you can.
But think of it. Joe Biden got the worst marks you've ever seen for his handling of the H1N1
tactical
swine
choice.
flu. They said it was incompetent. And the head guy, who now he's trying to retract, it's a little tough. That's one great thing about the tape. He said it was horrible. He said we did a horrible job. He said they got lucky. It's not contagious like this. This is a tough one. I can look at that guy, he'll catch it right there. He's very far away from me. It's a tough one because it's so contagious. But the swine flu is a different thing, but also nothing's easy about that. Pandemics or epidemics. And his marks. Take a look at the job they did. It was so bad that their top person criticized it, and they went after him. They said, don't ever say that again. But it's a little late. He said it was one of the worst jobs. And we actually had a Gallup poll where we got very high marks for the job we did. And they had a poll where it was so low, it wasn't recordable. And then he's coming along and telling us how to solve this very difficult problem. We've done a great job, and I don't want the credit, but I want the people, Mike Pence, I tell you what, our Vice President, Mike Pence, and the task force headed up by Mike, and working along with a lot of great people. They've done a fantastic job, and they just get no credit. If I was a Democrat, a different president, and they did the same job, they'd say it was one of the greatest jobs they've ever seen. But take a look at what they say about the way they handled the swine flu. It was a disaster. It was incompetent. They called themselves incompetent. They called them, and now they're coming in like, well, we would have done this. And Biden, by the way, was totally against, remember? Xenophobic, racist, because I closed down China. And then 2 months later, 2.5, 3, and Nancy Pelosi was having dances in Chinatown, right? A month later. No problem. I was way ahead. And then Biden comes out, and he actually said that I was right, but they said, don't say that. Try doing it a little softer than that. So he did it a little bit softer. But we were right. They were wrong. They handled it so badly. Just take a look. Because I said to my people, we've got to fight this a little bit differently because we're getting a lot of fake news, a lot of bad people saying things, and you look at the stats and you look at how we've done compared to really much easier and much smaller countries, it's amazing. And if you took New York out of it, which was a disaster by Cuomo, if you took New York out of those numbers, we would have numbers that would be even better than they are. I could read numbers that would be even much better because a big percentage of the people that died in this country died because New York was incompetently run by Mayor de Blasio and Governor Cuomo.
I think you can win this thing.
And by the way, just today, there's another incredible thing happening. Pfizer, great company, announced that it expects to have the results of its vaccine trials in a matter of weeks, very shortly. Under Operation Warp Speed, we remain on track to produce a safe and effective vaccine in that record time that you talked about. This would have been years later. It will be delivered before, in my opinion, before the end of the year, but it really might even be delivered before the end of October. How do you like that? Wouldn't that be nice? That would be nice. And you know why? Not because of the election. Be nice because we want to save people. That's why it'd be nice. That's the important thing. Together, we will defeat the virus. The job we're doing is the job that all of the people working on it, our generals, our admirals, the distribution. We bought billions and billions of dollars of things, and now we make gowns, and we make masks, and we make shields, and we make ventilators, very tough. The ventilators, very complicated, very big, very expensive. It's like, I made the statement, it's like building a car, but more sophisticated. They said, no, it's not. And they said, they took a ventilator, they took it apart. These people are the worst, the worst. Over the next 4 years, we'll make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. That's what we're doing. And let me just tell you something. If they didn't waste a year and a half of my life on a ridiculous impeachment based on a phone call that was perfect, this stuff would have all been done. It would have all been done. Really. It would have all been done. And yet, with all of the stuff, the fake Russia, the fake Ukraine, how about that? Did anybody read the transcript of that call? It was a perfect call. Hey, congratulations, good luck. It was like a perfect call. Now they'll take it back and they'll say, well, I don't know. This was in history, there's never been anything like this. It was a totally lopsided, 100% political witch hunt. And it goes on and on. These are bad people. I really believe they don't love our country. I watched Nancy Pelosi. You must wear your mask. You have to wear your mask. And we're going to keep every beauty salon closed in California and all over the country. And then I see a picture. I say, Nancy Pelosi, well, where's her mask? And I'll tell you what, she must have treated that beauty salon owner pretty badly. She uses the salon, and the salon turned her in. The salon turned her in. I don't think I would have turned her in. I would have said, well, you know, she's a customer. I got to take care of my customers, right? But she made them open, and the salon turned her in, and the salon did business with her. How much do they hate Nancy Pelosi? And then she made a terrible mistake, because you want people that can't be set up. She said, I was set up by the salon owner. I was set up. I said, tell me she didn't say that. You're doing great out there. So I just put out that if she was set up, then she shouldn't be leading the House of Representatives. I want the salon owner to lead the House of Representatives because she set up, think of it, she set up the Speaker of the House. That was a big mistake. As soon as I heard, she said, well, she set me up. Nancy, you're not supposed to get set up. You're representing our country. You know what she should have done, honestly? She should have said, I made a mistake. Sorry. And nobody would be talking about it. This is like the biggest story. This is the big crazy Nancy. Highly overrated person. Let me just say, she is a highly overrated person. They give her such good play. She is a highly overrated person. Look, they just turned off a camera because they don't want me saying that. So just in closing, we will rapidly return to full employment, soaring wages, and record prosperity. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, surge federal prosecutors into high-crime communities, and ban sanctuary cities. We will appoint prosecutors, judges, and justices who believe in enforcing the law, not their own political agenda. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens. We will not let them threaten our citizens.
You're doing great.
And we will keep America out of endless foreign wars. We will end surprise medical billing. We don't want surprise medical billing. We know what happens. It's terrible. But we have ended it. And also, we've done something that's incredible. You're going to see something that's bigger than healthcare, and I signed it. Unfortunately, it takes place on January 1st. You better elect me. You better elect me. Called Price price transparency. I said to my people the other day, when is price transparency? This is going to lower your prices by 50%. You'll be able to negotiate. You'll be able to do things you're not even allowed to do now with hospitals and doctors. You get better doctors. You get lower prices. I said, when does it start? And it's a complicated. Oh, I was fought. You have no idea. Right, fellas? You were fought too. But they fought me on this. Price transparency, it's bigger than healthcare. Could be bigger than healthcare. But I said, when does it start? They said, sir, we have it all set. When? January 1st. I said, I better win this election. Because you're going to see some unbelievable price reductions. And that includes on drugs. Because we're reducing health insurance premiums massively, and the cost of prescription drugs went down the first time in 51 years last year. But now it's going to go down very big because we did a favored nations clause. And I see the drug companies they're killing me with ads. They have nothing but cash. They have nothing but money. And they're spending because they can't believe. You know, Germany and other countries pay much less than we do. And we want to have, what we have to have is we have to have a comparison of prices. And that's what it is called, favored nations clause. I instituted a favor. So we're paying $2.50 for a pill, and some nation is paying 10 cents for the same exact pill from the same factory, right? We get the 10-cent price. So what's going to happen? That'll go up. Ours will come way down. They can't believe. The drug companies can't believe. And I will tell you, Mark Meadows is here, our chief of staff. They want to negotiate. We signed it. It's all done. They want to negotiate, and they are negotiating. So let's see what happens. But we're going to get you cuts on prescription drugs, the likes of which you've never seen. We'll protect Medicare and Social Security. They will not be able to protect it. It will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, always. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. When I took over, NASA was dead. Now it's the most vibrant space center in the world by far. We will restore patriotic education to our schools, and we'll teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, in God we trust. For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Pennsylvania. From Pittsburgh to Harrisburg, from Erie to Easton, and from Bethlehem to right here in Arnold Palmer's beloved Latrobe. I love Arnold. Arnold, where are you? We love Arnold. There was only one Arnold. We stand on the shoulders of Pennsylvania patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. Pennsylvania is the state where our founding fathers declared American independence, right? Declared American independence.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Add the word Commonwealth in there. This way they won't criticize. It's where the Army weathered its brutal winter at Valley Forge, and where General George Washington, who, by the way, they want all of the name Washington removed from everything. I haven't been keeping up with it. What did he do? George Washington, they want the name off, Congressman. Are we okay, Sean? I don't think you like that idea too much. George Washington, they want his name off everything. But we'll keep it. I promise you this. As long as you have cancel culture, you better have a strong president. Cancel culture. George Washington, can you believe it? But he led his men on a daring mission across the Delaware. This is the Commonwealth where our Union was saved by the heroes of Gettysburg, and where generations of tough, strong Pennsylvania workers mined the coal, worked the railroads, forged the steel that made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. That's in the history of the world, and we are making it greater than it's ever been before. That's what's going to happen. Proud citizens like you help build this country. And together we are taking back our country from these very, very deranged people. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help and your devotion and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. America will soon be thriving like never before. Next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. And together we will work very hard. The people of Pennsylvania, the great, great people of Pennsylvania where I went to college. It's a place I know very well. But we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America...
Fulfilling dreams. In America, opportunity preserves individual freedom. It leads to exceptionalism. It's a bright, shining light, an example for all to see. Tonight, we explore together America, land of opportunity.
From Washington, D.C., welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention. Tonight, celebrating America as the land of opportunity.
I'm going to invite you to join your faith with mine, and let's pray in agreement. Lord, we come before you to ask for your spirit of peace to come over hurting communities in Wisconsin tonight. We pray for healing and comfort to Jacob Blake and his family. We pray for your protection over those who put their lives in harm's way to bring safety and security to our streets. We pray that the truth and justice will be at the heart of all decisions that are made by our leaders, and that we as a people will seek reconciliation with you as we do the same with each other. Thank you, Lord, for your goodness over our lives, for your blessing over our nation, for your guiding hand over every person that calls the United States of America their home. Lord, we thank you for all that have gone before us and have sowed seeds of sacrifice for our freedom, for our prosperity, and for our peace. Those that gave their lives so that we could live and achieve the American dream. Your word declares in 2 Corinthians, where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. This country was founded by the people for their God. Liberty, freedom, equality, it's what we want in our country. Lord, we invite you into our homes, into our lives. Give us revelation that will overthrow any enemies that stand against us so that we will be victorious in this next season. We need you. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. We surrender to your plans and purpose for our lives. we ask, bring heaven down to earth over every person here and all those watching today. As we move into this next chapter in our journey to greatness, we ask for your presence to be with us. Lead us, Lord. Give us strategies from heaven. I decree the words of Isaiah 11:2 over our president, vice president, and all government authorities from every state in our nation. May the Spirit of the Lord rest on him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. I release a blessing over every person and every home. Lord, release health, healing, peace, strength, and courage. Let us stand together in unity as we embrace another chapter on our journey to greatness. I decree and declare, America, the best is yet to come. And I ask all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yat-e. I'm Myron Lizer, the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. I give this address from the majestic rock spires of Shiprock, Sebet-ai, or Rock with Wings as known by our Dene people. It is here as well that many of our ancestral leaders sought to govern and lead a nation within a nation. They sought to lead their people into the promises of a better way of life for their children's children. It is also where they have not been as successful as the rest of America. Our First Nations people, the host people of the land, we are still here. Our Creator placed us here and knew for such a time as this, we would have an opportunity for an appeal to heaven. You see, our people have never been invited into the American dream. We, for years, fought congressional battles with past congressmen and senators that were part of a broken system that ignored us. That is, until President Trump took office. President Trump delivered the largest financial funding package ever to Indian country. The $8 billion in CARES Act funding to Indian country was a great start in alleviating the devastating effects that the COVID-19 pandemic has inflicted on our Indian tribes. The Navajo Nation once led the nation in per capita positive cases because of the health disparities that previous administrations failed to improve. Whenever we meet with President Trump, he has always made it a priority to repair the relationship with our federal family. Recently, President Trump signed the first ever presidential proclamation officially recognizing missing and murdered American Indians and Alaska Natives. He established a task force called Operation Lady Justice to address the problem. The president also provided $273 million to improve public safety and support victims of crime in the Native American community. As a result, a cold case office was recently opened on the Gila River Indian community. The president has reactivated the White House Council on Native American Affairs to promote economic development and rural prosperity in Indian country. President Trump also strengthened the Supreme Court by nominating strong conservative judges like Neil Gorsuch, who supports Native American rights. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm excited to endorse President Trump's re-election. And Mr. President, we look forward to hosting you very soon. Come visit our land we call Denetra. Thank you very much.
I had always had this unshakable sense that I know that life has to be more than what it was I've been living. I caught my very first felony conviction at 16 years old, and that type of behavior had led me into more and more arrests, getting in trouble until the age of 37 years old. I was arrested for a string of bank robberies. And based off of my criminal history, there is a potential that a federal judge can sentence me up to 23 years in a maximum security United States federal penitentiary. And in that moment, I played a let's make a deal with God. And I asked God to climb into the robe of that judge. Whether it's 10 years or 50 years, I'm going to invest the rest of my life serving you. And I stood before that federal judge. Judge Mahan took his glasses off, leaned back and said, I don't know why I'm going to do this. But he said, I'm not going to give you what you deserve. then he gave me a lesser sentence. And as I laid on that stainless steel cell, shackled by my hands and my feet, I heard God utter into my spirit, "My son, I honored what you asked me to do." He said, "Never forget the promise that you made to me." And ever since that day, I got up off that floor, and my life went in a 180-degree turn in the other direction.
When John got that sentence, I just shook my head. I said, wow, John, you are destined for bigger things than prison. My name is Richard Beasley. I was an FBI special agent for about 25 and a half years.
It was something about his demeanor when he walked into that room. I had this feeling like everything is going to be okay.
Then when he got out, he gave me a call and says, "Hey, Rich, let's have lunch." So I met him at the McDonald's, and he's got a Bible with him. I've seen that before where guys have used a Bible as a prop. It took me about 30 seconds to understand that this was not a prop with John. He was a changed guy from the man that I arrested, several years before.
When I saw the way that he treated me fairly, I saw the man behind the suit. I started thinking, man, if that worked for me with this law enforcement officer, how can I multiply that and get more law enforcement officers involved so that we can impact this on a larger scale? President Trump, he had made a bunch of promises. Let me just be transparent. When he first started talking about the things he was going to do, I'm sitting there going, wait a minute here. I mean, is he serious? Because everything that he was saying that he wanted to do was the stuff that needs to be done. And before he walked out that meeting that day, I promised I'll make it out there to, come speak at one of your graduations. I heard that they were phenomenal. When he stood there in that graduation and he went out of his way to shake the hand of every one of those 29 graduates, set them on a whole nother vista of life because they had the office of the President of the United States. The promises that he made was promises that he kept.
2 years ago, I was honored to tell John Ponder's story of transformation in the Rose Garden on the National Day of Prayer. Today, I'm thrilled to welcome him back to the White House. John's life is a beautiful testament to the power of redemption. John grew up without his father. As he tells it, my mother was strong, but she wasn't able to keep us out of the gangs and off of the streets, and they were violent streets. At the age of 38, he was arrested for bank robbery. While John was in prison, he began reading the Bible and listening to Christian radio. One day he heard Reverend Billy Graham on the radio proclaim, "Jesus wants to be Lord of your life." On that day, John dedicated his life to Christ. He spent the rest of his time in prison studying the Bible. When he was released, he heard a knock at his door. It was the officer who put him in jail, FBI Special Agent Richard Beasley, who said, "I want you to know that I've been praying for you." Now, Richard and John are best friends, and we are grateful that Richard is here with us today. In the last 10 years since John was released, he has created one of the most successful reentry programs, Hope for Prisoners in Las Vegas. I was glad to speak there earlier this year. As John says, Hope for Prisoners is a movement that began as a dream in a tiny prison cell and is now making a difference in the lives of thousands, truly bringing hope that there is an opportunity and a community that is waiting and willing to offer them a second chance. John, we honor your devotion to showing returning citizens that they are not forgotten. We believe that each person is made by God for a purpose. I will continue to give all Americans, including former inmates, the best chance to build a new life and achieve their own American dream, and a great American dream it is. Now I'd like to ask John and Richard to say a few words.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to have the opportunity to speak here today. Not so long ago, my life was running from the police, fearing the police, and avoiding the police. Not because of anything that the police had done to me personally,
but due to the animosity I had allowed to grow inside of me, making me believe that they were my enemy. But today, praise God, I am filled with hope, a proud American citizen who has been given a second chance. My transformation began in a prison cell where I found myself a 3-time convicted felon facing yet another sentence. I gave my life to Jesus and made him a promise that I would spend the rest of my days helping others like me. My first help and support came from the unlikeliest of places, the FBI agent who arrested me, Richard Beasley. He is now a dear friend and has been a source of encouragement to me throughout my entire journey. I am grateful for the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department who volunteer their time to people who are returning to our local community after incarceration. These are the real-life heroes who put their lives on the line every day, armed with the promise that they made to protect and to serve, have made a tremendous impact in the lives of men and women reintegrating back into our society. My hope for America is that formerly incarcerated people will be afforded the opportunity to take advantage of the fact that we live in a nation of second chances. My hope for America is that law enforcement and people in the communities across our country can come together and realize that as Americans, we have more in common than we have differences. My hope for our great nation is to continue on this path we are on of being the most prosperous country in the world.
I'm so proud of John with his life's turnaround and for all the lives that he's helped to change. It may be hard to believe that as a retired FBI agent, one of my best friends is a person I arrested for bank robbery. When I met John 15 years ago, he was angry, scared, frustrated, and anxious about his future. On the drive to prison, I stopped at a convenience store and bought John a coffee and a donut. After he was sentenced, John sent me a necktie and a note thanking me for treating him like a gentleman. 5 years later, when he got out of prison, John called me and wanted to meet for lunch. He was a different man. He talked about starting a re-entry program for men and women coming out of prison. Over time, John earned the trust and respect of the law enforcement community, many of whom volunteer in John's Hope for Prisoners program. I'm grateful for President Trump's commitment to criminal justice reform. On February 20th of this year, he was the guest speaker at the Hope for Prisoners graduation. He stayed much longer than scheduled to hand out diplomas to the 29 men and women who graduated that day. What a sight. The most important man in the free world shaking hands and pledging his administration's support to ex-offenders. Their families were there, the community was there. What a great second chance. I also appreciate President Trump's support for law enforcement. I always felt like I had strong support as an FBI agent, but there's nothing worse than knowing you're being second-guessed when you're doing your job. In certain parts of our country right now, law enforcement doesn't feel like they have the support from their local leaders. They're being painted with a broad brush, unfairly, with calls for defunding. But as President Trump knows, the overwhelming percentage of law enforcement officers are good, smart people who are doing their jobs very well. And they can change the world working with people like John. Thank you.
So now I'd like to invite John's wife, Jamie, to join us as I grant John, I'm not sure you know this, a full pardon. So I don't know if you know that, Jamie. Come on over here. It's just an honor. And you have done incredible work.
Thank you, sir.
And all of Las Vegas and all of Nevada and all of every place in this country is very proud of you. The job you've done, bringing people back. And you're right, I was supposed to be there for 5 minutes. I stayed for an hour and a half because it was so interesting to me. Congratulations to both.
Thank you, sir.
Richard, thank you very much for the job you did. Thank you. It's fantastic. Thank you. Okay. I think I'll give it to Jamie. What do you think?
Come close and listen.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Good evening. I'm Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. Donald Trump and I met many years ago, before he was running for anything. When I first met him, I recall being struck by how down-to-earth he was. He seemed like just a normal guy. Okay, a normal guy with his own plane and helicopter, but who's counting? I was planning a medical mission trip to Guatemala to perform charity eye surgeries, and we needed money to fund the trip. Donald Trump offered to help and immediately came through for us. Not only did he support my medical mission to Guatemala, but he also contributed to another mission trip to Haiti a year later. We performed hundreds of cataract surgeries in both countries. Nothing is more amazing than removing the bandages from a person's eyes and watching them as they see their loved ones again. Donald Trump helped me make that happen. A few years later, we were opponents, both running for president, and we all know how that turned out. But I'm proud of the job Donald Trump has done as president. I don't always agree with him, but our occasional policy differences are far outweighed by our significant agreements. But more important than simple agreement is accomplishment. President Trump gets things done. When some in Congress wanted a so-called revenue-neutral tax plan, Donald Trump and I worked together to make sure that it was a true tax cut. I brought President Trump an idea for better, less expensive health insurance called Association Health Plans. Donald Trump overturned years of red tape and bureaucrats, and he made it happen. While others talked about criminal justice reform, President Trump actually signed the First Step Act, the first real reform in a generation, and one that sought to undo the harm that others, like Joe Biden, have done. For those of us who lament the Biden crime bill that locked up a generation of young black men, remember that Biden bragged about a bill that still wreaks havoc among people of color. I'm supporting President Trump because he believes, as I do, that a strong America cannot fight endless wars. We must not continue to leave our blood and treasure in Middle East quagmires. I flew with him to Dover Air Force Base to honor 2 soldiers whose remains were coming home from Afghanistan. I'll never forget that evening. I can tell you the president not only felt the pain of these families, but that the president is committed to ending this war. President Trump is the first president in a generation to seek to end war rather than start one. He intends to end the war in Afghanistan. He is bringing our men and women home. Madison once wrote, "No nation can preserve its freedom in the midst of continuous warfare." I'm proud to finally see a president who agrees with that. Compare President Trump with the disastrous record of Joe Biden, who has consistently called for more war. Joe Biden voted for the Iraq War, which President Trump has long called the worst geopolitical mistake of our generation. I fear Biden will choose war again. He supported the war in Serbia, Syria, Libya. Joe Biden will continue to spill our blood and treasure. President Trump will bring our heroes home. If you hate war like I hate war, if you want us to quit sending $50 billion every year to Afghanistan to build their roads and bridges instead of building them here at home, you need to support President Trump for another term. So to our soldiers and their families, join me in supporting President Trump. To those of you who want lower taxes and better, less expensive health care, join me in supporting President Trump. To those of you who want to stand up and fight the socialists poisoning our schools and burning our cities, join me in supporting President Trump. Let's rebuild America together.
What I would call your everyday man, the forgotten man or woman, the people that wake up every morning, go to work, do their job, come home to their kids and families, and are faithful and consistent. The people that have built America.
There are people in our country that have been forgotten, that are hard workers. We do not hold signs. We are not on street corners. We are waking up at the crack of dawn, working and earning our living.
But every single day, men and women from across this country are affecting people in positive ways.
people that work hard every day, and they just want to earn a good living and enjoy life.
And he really knows them, understands them. It's clear he has been on the job site, interacting with people from all backgrounds.
I've never had someone care so much about making sure people have job security.
The president's job is to protect us, keep us safe, and help make our life better and the opportunity to pursue the American dream. That's what Donald Trump is doing.
As a cattle rancher and a farmer, I do feel that we are not forgotten with this administration. We have hope for preserving our industry.
My hope is that we lift the regulations that have stripped away the working class Americans' ability to do what they innately know how to do best.
I feel like Trump is definitely pushing more for the steel mills, the fishermen, just us making our own products and bringing everything in. He's pushing so hard, and I see it truly coming alive.
I do feel that President Trump has the interests of all those Americans tied together. I really do.
Good evening. My name is Jason Joyce, and I'm an 8th-generation lobster fisherman from Swans Island, Maine. I make my living from lobster fishing, oyster farming, and providing eco-tours in the beautiful waters near Acadia National Park, where I have over 200 years of family history. I have to confess, I didn't support Trump in 2016. Skeptical that he shared my conservative views, I expected him to flip-flop on his campaign promises. But he has followed through on his promises, including last week when he brokered a deal to end European Union tariffs of 8% on Maine live lobsters and up to 20% on Maine lobster products, which is great news for Maine's lobstermen and women. I live in an island with 370 residents, and lobstering is how we provide for our families. Maine's lobstermen are true environmentalists. We practice conservation every day. If we didn't, we'd be putting ourselves out of business. 4 years ago, the Obama-Biden administration used the Antiquities Act to order thousands of square miles of ocean off-limits to commercial fishermen. They did it to cater to environmental activists. Although Maine's lobstermen don't fish there, Obama's executive order offended us greatly. It circumvented the Fisheries Council's input. President Trump reversed that decision, reinstating the rules that allow stakeholder input, and he supports a process that seeks and respects fishermen's views. As long as Trump is president, fishing families like mine will have a voice. But if Biden wins, he'll be controlled by the environmental extremists who want to circumvent long-standing rules and impose radical changes that hurt our coastal communities. I strongly support President Trump's re-election. When he sees something isn't right, he's fearless in fixing it. He listens to working people. He nominates judges who respect the Constitution and the right to life. He keeps his word, like eliminating the European tariffs and moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I hope you will join me this time in voting for President Trump. Stand up for your country. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Peterson. My husband Gary, our family, and I milk 1,000 cows on a dairy farm in Grantsburg, Wisconsin, a small middle American town. Truth be told, until I married my cute farmer from Grantsburg a long time ago, I was a city slicker from Minneapolis, which is about 70 miles south of us. Donald Trump became president in the middle of the Great Depression for dairy farmers in Wisconsin. In 2016, prices were horrible, and longtime generational farms across the nation were going out of business. In 2017, our 120-year-old barn, which served as our milking center, caught fire and burned to the ground. Our cows were spared, but because they needed to be milked 3 times a day, farmers, friends, and complete strangers from all over northern Wisconsin helped haul them to other farms where they stayed until we could rebuild. By the end of 2018, We had a new state-of-the-art robotic milking facility that allows our cows to milk themselves 3 times a day. At about the same time, President Trump's economic boom began helping dairy farmers across the nation. As a businessman, President Trump understands that farming is a complicated, capital-intensive, and risky business. More than any president in my lifetime, he has acknowledged the importance of farmers and agriculture. That support and focus on negotiating new trade deals gave us the confidence to rebuild our barn and dairy operation. Business was booming again, and business boomed right until the COVID-19 shutdown in March. Many people probably don't realize that our country is one of the few in the world that produces nearly all of its own food. Fewer still understand how close our food production and distribution system came to collapsing this past spring. But President Trump understood and again took steps to provide the supports we needed. President Trump took the necessary action knowing that agriculture is our backbone and strength, critical to our national security. Our entire economy and dairy farming are once again roaring back. One person deserves the credit and our vote: President Donald J. Trump.
What was happening prior to President Trump, you had businesses that were overregulated, not a friendly environment at all to start a company.
My family stopped ranching about 7 years ago. The regulations became so overbearing that the ranch was slowly sold off.
I lost businesses because of this regulation.
The factories in our town closed. The businesses in our towns have shut. It got to the point finally that Middle America needed help. President Trump came in and was able to shed light on an area that had been so long left behind. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was huge, especially for a community like ours that has a lot of small businesses, manufacturing, deregulation, fair trade, real life policy changes that affected real Americans.
An amazing opportunity to get ahead, to have our businesses, to have our children educated, of school choice.
That is something that's huge for parents right now, especially Black moms whose kids are trapped in failing school districts.
Before COVID hit, Black unemployment rate was at the lowest ever.
I've seen the numbers of employees go up, and they're earning a lot more for their family than what they had previously.
What this administration has done, simplifying the government, it's really cut the handcuffs off of America again and allowed us to grow and move forward in a way that I have never seen in my lifetime.
When you pull regulation and allow small companies to go out there and be able to play in the game, that is the American dream.
People feel that they can support and have a family, and it can build and make us stronger as Americans.
What could be taken away if he doesn't win again?
Joe Biden said the first thing he's going to do is increase taxes on everyone.
Over-regulating and making it where a small business can't grow, that's taking away the American dream.
I think with the upcoming election, people just need to think about what is better for them and their family.
The president's job is to be the CEO of our country, and he's doing his job.
He has improved jobs, he's improved health, he's improved wages, he's cut taxes. I could go on for an hour and a half.
The plan was working. Everybody had a job, making money, spending money, boom, bada bang, boop, we good.
My kids are gonna look up to me and say, you are the best mom for working, raising us. It's just tremendous what I could do, I guess.
This is somebody who loves his country. He's truly fighting for the American people.
Hello, folks. You know me from TV and radio. I'm Larry Kudlow. Years ago, I worked for Ronald Reagan. More recently, I helped the team craft Donald Trump's economic plan during the campaign. It was a roaring success. Inheriting a stagnant economy on the front end of recession, the program of tax cuts, historic rollback of onerous regulations that crippled small business, unleashing energy to become the world's #1 producer, and free, fair, and reciprocal trade deals to bolster manufacturing, agriculture, technology, and other sectors. The economy was rebuilt in 3 years. Unemployment fell to the lowest rate of 3.5%. Blue collars, African Americans, Hispanics, women, all groups benefited enormously. Everyone was better off. A rising tide lifted all boats. Then came a once-in-100-year pandemic. It was awful. Health and economic impacts were tragic. Hardship and heartbreak were everywhere. But presidential leadership came swiftly and effectively with an extraordinary rescue for health and safety to successfully fight the COVID virus. The great bipartisan rescue also saved the economy. Right now, our economic health is coming back. With emergency spending and tax cuts, Americans are going back to work. There's a housing boom, there's an auto boom, a manufacturing boom, a consumer spending boom. Stocks are in record territory. A V-shaped recovery is pointing to better than 20% growth in the second half of this year. Now, looking ahead, more tax cuts and regulatory rollback will be in store. Payroll tax cuts for higher wages, income tax cuts for the middle class, capital gains tax cuts for investment, productivity, and jobs. Much more regulatory relief for small businesses. In economic terms, folks, this is no time for a $4 trillion tax hike. Coming out of the deep pandemic, who in their right mind would pick the pockets of taxpayers and drain money from their wallets and purses? Look, our economic choice is very clear. Do you want economic health, prosperity, opportunity, and optimism? Or do you want to turn back to the dark days of stagnation, recession, and pessimism? I believe there can't be better economic policies than we've had in recent years. So I say, stay with them. Thank you.
I'm John Peterson, owner of a second-generation metal fabrication business called Shooty Metals. We've been stamping our products and services made in the USA since 1957. My brother and I purchased the business from my uncles almost 38 years ago. What was a 12-person shop has now grown into a company employing 165 people today. Like most companies that are successful over the long run, we had to reinvent ourselves as the market changed. 6 years ago, we invested heavily in our business, just as a great recession appeared. Barack Obama and Joe Biden, two career politicians who knew nothing about business, couldn't get the government out of our way, and it put our business in a tailspin. Sadly, we were forced to make decisions which included cutting staff, a torturous experience when our employees are like family. The Obama-Biden era banking regulations left us no choice. It tied our lenders' hands, and it deprived us of the lifeblood of our business, capital. We scratched and we clawed for
covering a presidential election.
I'm rooting for you.
Bill de Blasio, mayor of New York, got bored the other day waiting for his dealer to arrive, so he tried to cancel the tribute to 9/11 because coronavirus. People noticed, they were outraged, canceling the 9/11 memorial, so he reversed course. But Bill de Blasio is still a big fan of shutting down things that people enjoy, and particularly traditions that have been around for a long time. He hates the past, so he's trying again. De Blasio announced today that the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade won't really be a parade this year. There won't even be a live procession. But de Blasio is apparently too high to realize that people might not like this. Watch de Blasio enthusiastically sell the new format for the Thanksgiving parade.
It will not be the same parade we're used to. It will be a different kind of event. They're reinventing the event for this moment in history, and you will be able to feel the spirit and the joy of that day on television, online. Not a live parade, but something that will really give us that warmth and that great feeling we have on Thanksgiving Day.
They're reinventing this event for this moment in history. We're thinking indica, not sativa. He seems kind of subdued. Meanwhile, New York is reinventing its crime statistics for this moment in history. Hundreds of corporations based in New York are pleading with the mayor to crack down on crime and save the city, improve quality of life, care about the people who actually live there and pay for all of this nonsense. Is he responding in any way? Seth Barron lives in New York. He's associate editor at City Journal. He joins us tonight. Seth, thanks so much for coming on. So people have confronted, stakeholders, as I think they're called, in the city have confronted de Blasio about this. What have they said and what's his response been?
You're doing great out there.
Well, they're just begging him to take leadership and seize the moment and try to fix the city. But as you see, he kind of has these feckless responses. I mean, the Macy's Day Parade is a good example. This is an extremely popular national event. People tune in, and it signals, if we were to have it, it would signal, hey, New York City wants tourists. Maybe we can't have everyone now, but, we're open for business. This is what the future holds. De Blasio, anything that's like cheerful and wholesome that normal people like, he frowns on. He wants to squash because, people like that will obey the law. Meanwhile, in Washington Square Park, every weekend, Refuse Fascism, which is part of the Revolutionary Communists, has a protest party with a DJ and hundreds of people drinking, doing drugs, dancing. De Blasio doesn't even notice it, so he tacitly is permitting it.
Yeah, drag queen story hour for third graders still in progress, needless to say. Has de Blasio ever built anything, or does he only destroy? I'm just asking because it's symbolic of the left. Very good at wrecking things that other people built, very bad at building anything. Has he built anything? Anything?
That's a good question. He had a plan to extend the shoreline of Manhattan into the East River. I don't think that's going to happen. No, I can't really say that he's built very much. He's poured public money into rehabbing some apartments, but I couldn't say that he's big on building things. He's more big on redistribution. That's what he sees as his métier, is taking what other people have and giving it to others.
Yeah,
with him in control.
Right, exactly. It's the opposite of charity, forcing other people to give. It's not charity.
Right.
Seth Barron, a keen observer of New York City. Good luck there. Thank you.
Thank you, Tucker.
Tonight, President Trump just wrapped up another massive rally. Yep, the rallies are back. Look at this video from Dan Scavino. Do you think the Biden campaign could ever get crowds this size? Just you keep watching and keep looking at the video. Look at it, because what you see, that's the overflow crowd. Those are the people that didn't fit inside the massive rally space, the inside part in Freeland, Michigan tonight. Supporters lining up around the block and down the street. We'll show it all. We got plenty of time. According to reports, some were waiting in line for more than 24 hours. We've got the highlights. The president was on fire tonight, along with also tonight a full report. Our 2020 election correspondent Lawrence Jones, he is on the ground. He was at the rally tonight. Also, we're going to bring you breaking news from the Durham probe. This is huge. Mueller's team, led by, of course, his, hitman, Andrew Weissman, the pit bull, caught in a massive cover-up, just like Hillary Clinton. Almost all of them, guess what? They wiped their phones clean. Is that obstruction of justice by Team Mueller? We'll investigate, and are more charges on the way. But first, we start with another blatant lie from the ever-forgetful Joe Biden. Now, Joe actually wants Americans, you, the American people, to believe that he can beat COVID-19, but only if you elect him. If he remembers what it is, in November, December, January. He claims he sounded the alarm early on about the deadly virus and that President Trump did everything wrong. Okay, Joe's lying, just like his friends in the media mob and, most liberal Democrats these days. Joe Biden is living an alternative reality. Once again, here are the facts that the hate Trump media mob will never give you. We'll do their job for them. In late January, just days before the president issued what was the unprecedented China travel ban and first quarantine in 50 years, 10 days after the first identified case in this country. Well, Biden's top advisor, his name is Ron Klain. He was actually praising China's transparency. Huh? Watch this.
I think what you have to say about China is it's been more transparent and more candid than it has been during past outbreaks, though still there are problems with transparency and candor.
Okay, remember, so it's the same China where zero experience Hunter Biden got the sweetheart $1.5 billion deal from the Bank of China. You know, not Deutsche Bank, not Goldman Sachs, not Chase. No, that would be Joe Biden, Hunter, his son. Quid pro quo Joe sucking up to Hunter. He's compromised by China. Peter Schweitzer has identified this in detail. And so on January 28th, 3 days before the president's travel ban, just 7 days after the first identified case, this same Biden health advisor said that he opposed the travel ban. It was premature, but they were on top of it. That's what they said. Watch.
Would you ban Chinese travelers from arriving in the United States?
I wouldn't. I think that's premature. I think it's very important exchange, very important for trade and tourism, and the very, very few of those people will have it. What's more, you know, since this virus broke out, 250,000 people have come from China, so they're already here.
And then one day before the president's travel ban, January 30th, top Biden health official Dr. Zeke Emanuel said everyone needed to stop panicking, stop being hysterical. Then on February 1st, that's the day that Biden, day after the travel ban was implemented, after 10 days, the first identified case of corona, well, Joe himself tweeted out that the travel ban was hysterical, xenophobia, and fear-mongering. On February 13th, top Biden advisor claimed he tweeted that we are experiencing a fear epidemic, not a COVID-19 epidemic. Joe Biden himself called the president's aggressive COVID-19 response, the travel ban, the first quarantine in over 50 years, hysterical, xenophobia, fear-mongering on multiple occasions, as late.
After escaping the MOBA cesspool from which I spawned, silver coin challenges, bosses, and harder bosses for each world, there's also a trophy race which we'll get to later, and a secret level that can only be unlocked by finding a key that's hidden somewhere on one of the 4 stages. I spent a good 20 minutes searching for it. I searched literally fucking everywhere, and it was right here, next to the track, visible, out in the open. The next 3 are actually much harder to find. Luckily for me, I used my intuition.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. You're doing great out there. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Are you in? is our time. The world's changing, and you are right in the center of it.
I don't know what's ahead, but all bets are off.
You know, you can say a lot of things about me, but you will never hear anybody say that dude stinks. I don't like the way he smells. Not never, because I'm always rocking Hawthorne. Yes, I take Hawthorne. I put it all over my body. What I did is I took their quick 2-minute quiz. Hawthorne tells you 2 colognes that are best for you. One for work, one for play, totally risk-free with free shipping, free returns. They get me smelling right. My girl loves it. Everybody in here loves it. Everybody loves the way I smell thanks to Hawthorne. Listen, it's not all crazy either. You know, you go to the store and buy cologne. The prices they're charging is insane. Not Hawthorne, man. We got you guys covered. Smell fresh, smell right. Nobody likes the stinky dude. Smell like a goddamn professional, a successful dude. Do it with Hawthorne. Check out Hawthorne at Hawthorne.co. That's Hawthorne with an E. Use the promo code BTB to get 10% off your first purchase. Your dude or your girl will thank you for smelling like a goddamn professional. That's Hawthorne.co, HAWTHORNE.co. Use the code BTB to get 10% off your first purchase at Hawthorne.co. We up, we live. What's up, kids? Full of caffeine and nicotine. I am coming to you, not live by the time this thing drops, but it is Monday morning, September 14th, you filthy animals. How you guys doing, man? Everybody doing well? Everybody's getting through this. I think we're coming out the better end of this pandemic. Things are starting to pop back up. Restaurants are opening back up. Sports are fully blooming. Sports are back in every way possible. Some have fans, some do not, but either way, we're heading in the right direction. A lot of things to be positive about in this crazy world right now. If you're a sports fan, there's never been a better time to be a sports fan. Literally every goddamn sport that you can think of is on TV. What's that gonna do for ratings? I don't know, man. I don't know. I didn't even know my Nuggets were playing Saturday morning. I mean, what the fuck? It's Saturday morning cartoons? Nope. It's game 6 of the Nuggets versus the LA Clippers. I turned on, I'm like, what the fuck? Third fucking quarter. I'm like, oh shit, go Nuggets. And I'm a Nuggets fan. I think they can win this series. Now we're going game 7. Game 7. My Nugs are doing the goddamn thing. Djokovic, the most underrated player in the NBA, probably top 5 players in the NBA. Lost some weight, used to be a thick boy. Now he's just kind of thick. You know, he's kind of soft thick. But either way, he's a super baller. But I'm just glad sports are back, man. Football's back. How about that Thursday night game? Patrick Mahomes doing the goddamn thing. And they had fans there. It's just so strange how some states have fans and some don't. It's so odd. It's very strange. Because if you're a home team and you got that loud fan base, it's going to, but even it's half capacity, it's not that loud. They say they're going to even out by pumping fake crowd noise into the other teams that can't have fans. How ridiculous is it? Some have fans and some don't. How ridiculous is that? How stupid is that? How political is this? It's so ridiculous. Either way, interesting though. I'll tell you what though, one thing I've gotten really into, I'm always looking for new shows, and everybody I know goes, dude, you gotta watch Yellowstone. Listen, if Kevin Costner did a movie, let's say he did Waterworld 2, I'm not gonna rush to the box office to watch it, you feel me? But everyone goes, he's so good, it's Kevin Costner, how can you not watch it? I don't know. They explained to me it's in Montana. It's like this ranch and they're fighting and there's the Native Americans. I just like, God, they drink whiskey. They got cowboy hats on. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not really that into it. Then finally, I was all out of options. I got nothing else to watch. I started watching True Blood again from season 1, episode 1. I'm like, you know what? This is boring. Why don't I go on Amazon and get Yellowstone? Good freaking Lord. It is fantastic. Oh my God, Chin, you like Western shit. You grew up in Texas.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, right? That's how I was. Like, yeah, that's how I was. That's how I was, dude. Oh my God, it is. Oh, but I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, guys, squad and get up here, man. Product. It's easy to get started with cross. Big ass Wario. My girl's Princess Toad. Okay, my son's gonna be Luigi. My youngest son's gonna be Mario. We're crunk for it. We could shoot. My girl bought the outfits 6 months ago. That's how crunk they are for it. We do the whole house. And then when you see that they tried canceling Halloween, I text my brother. I go, I bet you there's gonna be so much pushback on this because people love Halloween. People will put up with some shit, dude. But you cancel Halloween, this might be the tipping point where they get so much backlash they fucking pull back. Literally 6 hours later, they went, our bad. Yeah, no, we're not canceling it. We're just fucking with you guys. Go trick or treat. There you go. Less than a day after issuing new health guidelines that banned trick or treating. Banned trick or treating and other Halloween activities. Los Angeles County public health officials walked back the decision on Wednesday. Oh, why? Because everyone's moving the fuck out? Is that why? This was the final straw, man. You don't fuck with Halloween. You can fuck with everything else. People's jobs, livelihood, health, but you don't fuck with.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
We heard about the British invasion. Frank let it go. It is here now. Joe gets at what?
Ding.
Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You're such a ding.
You know.
Okay, why'd you have to win?
Sorry?
Why did you have to win?
Well, it's my main account, you know. I can't lose on this account, you know.
I thought we were playing Scrubs.
Well, we were, so that's why I beat them 2-on-1 or 1-on-2. They're trash.
You build simulators for me?
Simulators?
Yeah, to get extra gas.
Yeah, but I'm Zerg.
Yeah, but can't you use my units to build in a simulator?
I think so.
If I leave, I think. You can control my shit.
Oh yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, I took your base and I made lots of gas, man. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Wait,
Look at these
you're staying in the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thinking of what I should do.
I mean, it'll be easy. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do 14 pool pressure. I'm gonna make sure these guys don't expand. I'm gonna keep pressure on them. You can go macro or you can cheese with me. I don't give a fuck. Either way, it's gonna win. The amount of damage I'm gonna do from the cheese is gonna be like a lot. So they just won't be able to deal with it.
I'll surprise you.
All right, cool. It's not probe right here. Yeah, it's all good.
Probably have no idea what we're doing.
Yeah, probably not. This guy might pool maybe, but still probably no idea. Wow, is he actually? I mean, that's not gonna work. I got lings, dude. I got lings, so I mean, like, you know, I can be. You can just go back home.
There's stuff going on down there.
Yeah. I got that. Oh fuck. I got that though.
I don't think
I got it. I got more than enough lings.
Oh, that purple guy just fucked his friend over.
Purple has spent his entire fucking money on this shit, dude. Oh, he didn't even cancel that either. Oh, man. Oh, that's so annoying. I want to build a fucking hatch.
You can in a second.
Alright, Mass Reaper from Terran. We've got 4 so far. I don't have Speedling upgrade coming. That sucks. So I can only be a tank. I can only be a tank for your stalker, dude. Here they come. Here they come. Yo, we got this. We got this. Yeah. Get some kills. Nice, nice. We got one. I bet he's worried that I'll have speed soon. Maybe not. They're coming up. They're coming up. Get over here. Pretty embarrassing I don't have speed. Like, if I had speed, this wouldn't even be a problem. Oh, dude, we're actually doing decent though, eh?
Oh, that's easy hold.
Yeah.
I'm in their base right now.
Yeah. Nice.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require. Our allies are in combat. We require.
Lots of Reapers. That's it.
They have no command center.
Nice.
Oh, they're hold the one base. So.
Okay. I'll come help you out in a sec.
I don't need to finish them off.
Yeah.
Screw around. Like I said, you don't need right now.
Yeah.
Turn around. Look how many voters I could kill them right now.
Yeah, I know, right? You just one shot everything, dude. Fuck.
I was gonna screw around with them until they made DTs.
I thought that was a good line though, man. Not to like prop myself up, but like DTs are no army. It's so true, right? Like, you know, guerrilla tactics and all that shit. It's one thing, but
yeah.
Like we just flooded them, dude.
They did.
Should be easy. All this 14 pool pressure again. Same thing.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Like that?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That was the part where I said, "Fuck, have fun." Look them in their base.
For real. Alright, so the other guy cannoned up. That's totally fine. I've already 2 base, so no problem there.
It's alright, Keely. Alright, man.
The only reason why I went for the other guy is because I figured you already had purple dead. You basically single-handedly killed purple by yourself. So I was just checking on the other guy. Ouch.
Probably going Void Ray.
Yeah.
The second base. Check how saturated their second is. Hey, send that Ovi up there.
Hold on, sorry. What's going on?
Send that Ovi up there. See how saturated his face is. Yeah, he's got a lot of work. Probably build a stair. I'm guessing he's gonna go probably Oracle.
Okay.
Yeah, Oracle, I think incoming. Oracle.
Played StarCraft.
These guys are trying too hard.
Alright. Do you need gas or anything, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Do you have an overseer?
You got one Oracle? I can get you an overseer soon, not yet.
I have BTs on me.
Fuck. Dude, I don't even know where an overlord is. Oh my, okay. I got 2 coming soon.
Send them over here.
They're still upgrading. Okay, they're on their way now. I got one coming to your main and one coming to... Are they...
Right here. I'm like, dead.
Sorry, dude.
What are they doing? What are they doing? Where's your overseers?
I think I upgraded to the Overlord instead by mistake. Big time, my bad, dude. But we might still be able to win this. Sorry about that, man.
The DT's over there. That's a lot of DTs.
I'm coming to fight. I'm coming to fight. I'm coming to fight.
I think I might be dead.
Fight them.
We're dead?
Yeah. Okay, the funny thing is that they think they won, but I'm pretty sure they still lost the game. So, let's just see here. I'm sorry, man. I'm pretty drunk right now, and I haven't played StarCraft in a long time. You know, I'm not playing like I used to, right? Like,
I don't really care.
Yeah. I just want to let you know I'm not playing too good. And as long as you're not raging or anything, man. Fuck. You seem pretty chill about it.
I don't care about it.
Yeah.
The other guy is feeding him. That's why.
They won. It's all good.
Yeah.
The Protoss player actually had a fuck ton of shit. It's pretty crazy.
Well, he was getting fed by the other guy.
Yo, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Yep.
Alright.
doing 14 pool?
Yeah.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more overlords. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
DC first.
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. I don't know.
He could just make a second. He made a macro hatch.
I guess so, yeah. Oh, GG. Oh, dude, he's lost so many drones. I think he lost them all. Yeah, he's down to two drones. Yeah, 2 drones. At his main, at least. And none at his second. Yeah, he's dead.
What about the other guy?
He's full.
What is he?
But paired, but he did pull his SUVs. He's Hellions, actually. Well, I mean, I surrounded 2 Hellions in a Ling versus Hellion fight. I mean, like, that's, like, not even a fair fight, and I still surrounded Hellions. Like, come on, man. What's wrong with these guys? Oh, it's gonna happen again! It's gonna happen again! That's twice these fools get their Hellions surrounded, man. I mean, come on, man. I mean, come on, man. Fuck, I'm not even playing good.
I'm just relaxing.
No. Alright, the hatch rate's really weak.
Who is that? I remember Katie Bug was in Coach. Is that you?
I don't know who that is, man.
You added him to Coach.
Sorry?
You added him to Coach. Like he's in your clan.
Oh.
Look.
I must have added that guy like a year or two ago, dude. I don't remember. I'm not even joking. Oh shit, a couple of BCs in my base, bro. Oh no. Nice. Nice. Yo, bro, I'm way too drunk to be playing right now, man. I'm gonna have to call it quits.
Why, you're not having fun?
No, I'm having fun, but I'm playing really, really bad. And I'm not really happy about how I'm playing. Like, you're playing really good, and you're the reason why we're winning, and I don't like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, whatever. I'm literally just relaxing while we're playing.
Alright. Oh shit, I think they're coming for us, man.
Oh well. Let him. He saw my million Marines. Those guys were diamond too? The fuck?
Huh.
The one guy was master.
What guy's GM?
Oh, the one guy was a GM.
Yeah. Crazy.
Honestly, we were just... I felt like we were screwing around.
Yeah, honestly, those guys felt like they were... I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but those guys felt like they were like platinum or, you know, gold league or something. That was weird.
Are we rushing them?
Yeah, it's Zerg. I'm definitely gonna rush, yeah. Zerg Random, I'm definitely fucking rushing these guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck them up actually, man. This is my matchup right here. This is my game. No more excuses.
Yeah, no more eating food while you play.
Yeah, no more Miss Vicky's salt and vinegar chips.
They're so good.
I know, fuck.
Kettle chips, yay. I love kettle chips.
Yeah, pretty good. Oh, nice. Proxy. Nice, nice. Like it.
We require more minerals.
He sees me though.
It's fine. It's fine. I got speed coming. Links coming. They can try to deny it. I'll be there soon to defend.
That's funny. That they're just slowly creeping up.
Yeah.
Oh shit, they got workers over here.
That's fine. That's I can deal with that. I can deal with that. I'll be there soon, dude. Wow, that's easy. Easy win.
Look, I'm gonna build another barracks right here.
Okay. Let's just ignore it to the walk to the right. Walk to the right.
I'm getting the Hellion.
Oh, I got speed. I got speed laying up.
Get the Hellion.
Yeah. Get the bunker. That's one Marine in it. Can't do shit. I got you. I got you. I got you. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Oh shit, that Hellion though. That's crazy, man. Damn.
Alright.
Oh, I'm picking off some SCVs here. Ooh, that's some good pickoffs. I'll take it, I'll take it.
Right.
Our forces are under attack.
They're gonna try and break us, I think.
Alright. I'm just mass eco.
Get that
Oh,
tank, get that tank.
I'm going. We got it. Oh yeah. Oh, the Hellions. Back. The back. You got that. Nice. That was sick, dude.
We require more minerals. Our allies' base is threatened.
Can you get the Hellions?
I got nothing, dude. I'm ecoing up. I'm on 4 base. I'll try to start massing links soon.
Shit, they're gonna break us.
Yeah. I didn't have shit at home. I had to transition. I'm gonna start massing links. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I'll try.
Oh god, I think we're dead.
Yeah.
You should have went for them.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I feel that shit.
Or you should have got, you should have got, what's it called? Upgrades.
Yeah.
Like +1.
I had too much money. I just wasn't really doing shit with my macro. Oh well.
Alright.
But, yo, GG's, man.
You want to play another?
I mean, I do, but I should call it quits, man. I'm having fun, but like I got shit I gotta do.
Alright, sounds good.
But yo, I'll play with you another time, dude. When I'm sober, dude, we'll play with you another time, dude. Peace out.
Sound.
See ya. Wow, I thought it was actually like pretty chill. You'll be fine there.
Hey, my favorite commander is back. Ready to get started? Have a good battle, friend. Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger. I'll make sure these ones stick around for next time. I think you can win this thing. Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure. I think you can win this thing. Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around. I like how your strategy is shaking out. Keep up the momentum, friend. Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now and then.
New cases of COVID-19 are surging in several provinces across the country. In Ontario, Premier Doug Ford says the rise of cases there is a cause for concern, but he did stress that there are many steps of action in place to handle the expected second wave.
There are cause for concern for all of us. Let me be crystal clear. Every option is on the table. We will take every step necessary, including further shutdowns. In the second wave of COVID-19, it's a scenario that we have been preparing for all summer long. And today, we're in much better shape. When it comes to testing, we have dozens of companies in Ontario manufacturing PPE. We have invested billions of dollars to expand capacity in our healthcare system. We have not been waiting for things to get worse before we take action. We've been working around the clock for months, getting ready for the second wave. And that's why we return to the House today with clear plans to protect and support Ontario.
For more on this, we're joined now by the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick. She's live for us at the Ontario Legislature. So, Megan, what else did we learn about how the province might respond to rising cases?
Well, the Premier and the Health Minister, Christine Elliott, said that they have been working on what they're calling a fall preparedness plan, Andrew, and they will release it publicly in the coming days. And that really will lay out how they are bracing for a second wave of COVID-19. Christine Elliott said they're preparing for the worst, hoping for the best, obviously. But this plan will include some strategies about how they'll respond. She warned that a second wave of COVID-19 will be more complex to deal with than the first one, and that's in part because it will coincide with flu season. And the government has indicated they will launch a big campaign encouraging people to get their flu vaccination. Another component of this plan will have to do with hospital capacity. She mentioned how there are more residents from long-term care homes currently in hospital because they were moved there to make room in the long-term care homes to ensure physical distance. So there's more people in the hospitals, and they also want to continue with surgeries that had been canceled last spring. There's a backlog of those, and they want to avoid canceling any more surgeries. So that plan will also include a component about hospital capacity. But really, Andrew, today, a lot of their messaging was about people practicing the public health guidelines. They were saying, we know people are tired, they're getting COVID fatigue, they're relaxing a little bit, not wearing their masks as much perhaps, not washing their hands as much as they were before. And they said, really, people have to start following these guidelines again if they have relaxed on them. A lot of the new cases are being tied to social gatherings, private social gatherings, get-togethers of people at homes, for example, not necessarily all at bars and restaurants and that kind of thing. And Premier Doug Ford did hint that there could be more to come on the rules around social gatherings later this week. They talked about how if they do have to impose restrictions again, it would likely be a regional approach, Andrew, targeted at the regions where we're seeing a lot of the cases. That includes Toronto, Peel, and Ottawa.
And speaking of Toronto, the mayor, John Tory, gave his update. What did he have to say about today's figures?
He said they're deeply concerning. That was how he described it. About 112 cases here in Toronto today, and he and the chief medical officer, Dr. Eileen Davila, really were pleading. They used that word, that they are pleading with Torontonians to follow the public health guidelines. They said fighting this really comes down to common sense and compliance. So John Tory was saying, you know, if you go out to a bar to have a drink and you see that maybe the tables aren't 6 feet apart or people aren't staying in their seats as they are required to do by the regulations, don't go in there. Or if you're at a private social gathering, it starts to get too crowded, people aren't wearing masks, leave. They really were urging people to start following these public health guidelines. There's a lot of concern about this, a potential second wave coming this fall, Andrew.
Megan, thank you. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick live in Toronto.
The president is crisscrossing the country with the election just over 50 days away. But late this week, I had the honor of visiting the White House and sitting down with the President of the United States for an exclusive interview on the Rose Garden patio just off the Oval Office. Take a look. Mr. President, thanks so much for doing this. Joe Biden has indicated after the Woodward information came out that your handling of the coronavirus and that situation was not only despicable, but it's almost criminal. What do you say to Joe Biden?
Well, I think a statement like that is criminal because we did a much better job than he could ever have done. As you know, he was months later before he even thought the ban was a good thing, and ultimately he had to apologize for what he did. We would have lost hundreds of thousands of lives. And what I said to Woodward was actually good. I said, calm, we need calm, we don't need panic. They want me to jump up and down and start screaming, is everyone going to die? Is everyone going to... That's not what leadership is about. I'm a cheerleader for the country. We need calm. That's all I've said. And by the way, that was done after. That was done after I had already banned China from coming into the country.
That was in February.
So
I did the ban January 31st.
So, Janine, I took tremendous steps. Everybody knew how I feel. Otherwise, I wouldn't be banning China. Then shortly thereafter, I banned Europe. We saved hundreds of thousands of lives with each one of those bans and saved probably 2 or 2.5 million lives by doing what we did early.
So you say that your timing was good, but let me ask you about Bob Woodward's timing. He did this interview with you on February 7th where you talked about how dangerous the virus was, and yet he waited until September, 7 months later, to announce to the American public how dangerous you said it was. Was his timing good?
Look, he is an opportunist, not a bad guy, to be honest. He's doing his thing. His first book, I didn't have anything to do with it, and he wrote things that were false and untrue, and I could have straightened it out. And I said, I took quite a few phone calls, 16 phone calls or something like that, and we had some good conversations, not long, but good conversations, and I don't even know if the book is good or bad. I mean, I can tell you that what this says is that I said, don't panic. We don't want panic. The press will make everything look bad because it's fake, the fake news, most of it. I'd say 85%, unfortunately. That's the number we're up to. But I discussed with him lots of different things. I think they were very good discussions. We'll see how it comes out. But on this subject, if you look, and he's actually being hit because if he thought it was wrong, then he should have reported it early. If lives were going to be lost, he should have reported it early. The truth is, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and I think that he thought it was surprising that the press even picked it up. It's fake news. It's all fake news.
Well, in fact, when he called you in March, a month later, you said to him, I didn't want to cause panic, and that's precisely, why I, as a leader, didn't go out and just say everyone's going to die.
Well, go out and look at the great leaders of the world. Winston Churchill stood on the rooftops in London, very calm, making speeches. Winston Churchill, you want calmness. You don't want somebody going to be jumping up and down. I could do that too. I could jump up and down, say, oh, this is terrible, this is terrible. We want strength, we want leadership, and we don't want panic.
What about the vaccine itself? Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Gallup survey that they just did says that the acceptance of the vaccine is pretty much going along political lines. The Democrats don't want to accept it because they don't trust it because it's coming out of your administration.
They don't want it because they think it's going to make me look good and it wins the election for me. But we're very close to a vaccine. We also have already come out with therapeutics. If you look at remdesivir and others, the plasma, you take a look at the things that we've come out with already, and the number, we're 85% better in terms of fatalities. You look at the kind of numbers, I don't know if you've been seeing this, but we're really rounding the corner. And this is actually without anything further than we already have. And we have some very good things out there already in terms of I would say in terms of, you can't use the word cure yet, but pretty close to a cure. You're going to be pretty close to a cure. The vaccine itself, I mean, it could come out in October, but whether it's October, November, December, it's going to come out very soon. We have great companies, they're very advanced, and the results are going to be very good.
Well, the numbers, you're correct, the numbers are going down. And there's a question as to whether or not the lockdown works, that maybe people need to get outside. And if the coronavirus cases are dropping, and Joe Biden now is coming out and saying, on the advice of a scientist, I would shut it all down again. How do you think that's going to work for him?
Well, it would be a disaster, and we're setting records on job production. We're 10.4 million for the last 4 months. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this. We're setting records by millions and millions of jobs. The country's coming back. It's a super V. It's beyond a V. It's a super V. Retail sales are beyond any number they were ever at. I mean, think of it. We're doing numbers now, as we're rounding, I think, the final turn. And that's with, without, it doesn't matter, with or without. Now, having the vaccine is great. It's going to happen very soon. Could happen in October. It could very well happen in October. But we're rounding the turn on the virus. They have to open up. It's only the Democrats that are closed. And in my opinion, they're closed for political reasons. They have North Carolina, you have Michigan, you have a couple of other states that are closed. New York, I mean, look at New York, what they're doing in New York, that poor city. With the restaurants, you can't go to a restaurant. It's like a ghost town. What they've done to New York and people are leaving is disgraceful. Between Cuomo and de Blasio, that combination, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Look, coming from New York, it's a very sad thing to witness. But we have to open up our states, totally open them. They're keeping them closed because they want, on November 3rd, they want to have the numbers as bad as possible. Based on the numbers that you're seeing, it's not even affecting us. But probably it would be better if these states were open. Forget about numbers, though. The people that are inside those lockdowns, they're suffering between depression, losing their jobs, drugs, alcohol, all of the different things that are happening to those people. That's causing much more damage than the virus itself.
Well, what's interesting, you mentioned North Carolina. Voting has already started in North Carolina. They're on lockdown. How do you think that impacts people who want to vote for you?
Well, look, I like people to go out and vote, but if they want to sign something, you know, you have solicited and unsolicited ballots.
Yep.
In the country, they're going to send out 80 million unsolicited. In other words, people that don't even know what a ballot is, all of a sudden, here comes a ballot. Now, we don't even know if the people are going to get it. That's my problem. Supposing they're not sending them to Republican neighborhoods. Supposing they're not sending them to wherever. Or supposing the people aren't giving them back. Or they go out and they harvest them. Somebody could be either way. But the Democrats seem to do that. I mean, they played that game for a long time.
Yeah, I prosecuted those cases.
Well, you might have to prosecute a lot more. The fact is they're playing very dirty. 80 million ballots. We never had any number like that anywhere close to that. And you're going to see a mess on election night that's going to be, it's going to be legendary. And all they have to do is say, go out and vote, or request a ballot, get what's called a solicited ballot, where, or absentee, a lot of people use the word absentee, get an absentee ballot where you request it, it comes to you, you vote, and you send it back. That's different. But they're just sending out all over, they're sending out 80 million ballots.
Well, they're generic, and a lot of people don't know what to do with them. A lot of people have moved, a lot of people have died, the registration rolls, a lot of them haven't been purged. It's a whole problem.
Oh, no, how about signatures? They don't even want to have signatures
They're
verified.
not confirming.
They don't want to have signatures verified. Where are they sending them? Who are they sending them to? Who's sending them back? Who's sending them back?
Well,
it's a very, it's so unconstitutional. It's so dishonest. And you have states that can't even do small elections.
So what can you do about it?
Well, we're in courts, and many, many courts right now, and hopefully the courts are going to decide, because if they don't, you're going to have one hell of a mess on election night.
So you talked about election night. I want to talk about election night also, but it brings me to the issue of law and order. And you, when you ran in 2016,